again, everyone, and welcome here on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network for another edition of Union University basketball tonight. The Lady Bulldogs taking on the challenge of Alabama Huntsville, and Coach Mark Campbell is with us to preview this game. And Mark, before we get into that, it has been a good run over the last month. If we just get right down to it, 8 consecutive victories for this Lady Bulldog team. And we've seen some impressive play, particularly in the last 4.
Yeah, I think we're playing a little bit more consistently in details, especially on the defensive end, developing a little bit of confidence in everybody's gifts. And so that's usually the progression of the year. February, you start trying to figure things out and get some things figured out that in November and December and January we're quite inconsistent at. So we play better. We're still, I think, at around 70, 75%, have a good 15, 20% left in us.
Let's take a look at this Alabama Huntsville team. You've had one opportunity a while back to play them. What do they bring to the table tonight? What do we expect to see from them?
Well, I mean, they're always pretty competitive and play extremely hard. They have struggled to handle the ball this year, in which, we press, so it kind of makes those things a premium, being able to handle the basketball, and it hurt them last time. I just feel like the teams in our league are ready, especially that second time through, to be able to understand kind of what they're playing against.
Well, of course, here we are on the final weekend. The season just seems to have zoomed by. Final weekend of regular season play here at home. And looking at all of this, give us your take on really how this team, your team, has evolved through this season to where they are now.
Yeah, it's been different, Steve, just because we haven't had I think if you've followed us, we've always had a go-to post. Been very few have somebody late in the shot clock we could throw into a decent shot late in the shot clock. And we've struggled all year long to get used over here in years before, knowing that they could always stay on script and get the shot clock. And so that's been what I've learned from it, is that I think our players are better players right now than they have been in years past, because they didn't have that option late. And so is learning how to coach a team that isn't dependent upon a post player, because I think it's going to help me as a coach. It's going to help them as they play years to come, even if we have a dominant post or we have just a post that's really good at what we do. And this year we've had post players that are doing a great job. It's just different than what it's looked at in the past.
Let's take a look tonight at what you see as the keys to the game for your team against Alabama Huntsville.
I think all weekend long it's going to be, are we better defensively in the half court, and are we playing with some aggression in the press, forcing people to be decision makers, being disruptive. Not do a good job of that last time when we played West Al. We did a pretty good job against Huntsville last time. We just want to get to the point where we're really consistent about being disruptive, hard, and being totally committed to the pressure we're trying to put on people.
Well, Mark, it has, as I say, it seems like it was just yesterday that it was November and we were getting started. And here we are at the final weekend at home for this season. And then you hit down for Shorter and Lee next weekend. But we look forward to this one this afternoon, and I hope that it is going to be a good one as far as bringing home a victory.
Thanks, Steve.
So let's go down to the court right now to Alabama Huntsville, and also to Alexander Bitterling as he brings you the starting lineups for tonight's game.
Welcome into the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. I'm Alexander Bitterling, filling in for Steve Beverly tonight, here as the Bulldogs are looking to continue their hot streak as of late. 8 wins in their last 8 games. An 8-win streak right now for the Bulldogs. They are competing for that top mark in the Gulf South Conference. They are eyeing Lee University just right behind them. But good news, Bulldog fans, the Lady Bulldogs have already clinched a home game for when the postseason comes around. So look forward to that here in Jackson. But they've got a matchup tonight against the University of Alabama Huntsville. Now the Bulldogs beat them back at the first of the year, 85-47. So a big win for the Bulldogs. They've won the 5 last meetings between these two teams, but the Huntsville team is on a little bit of a hot streak of their own. 4 out of the last 6 games they've won, and they're coming off a loss to West Georgia, though, on last Wednesday night. A big loss, too, 85-65. So we expect a Bulldog win tonight, but they might get a little bit of trouble from Alabama Huntsville. The Chargers coming into town, trying to spoil that win streak for the Bulldogs. And, of course, Shanique Lucas, the ball's going to be in her hands tonight, and she's going to be leading the Bulldogs. She's averaged 17.5 points per game this last week. She is named the Gulf South Conference Player of the Week for the second time this season. So a huge honor to her as she leads the Lady Bulldogs. But the Chargers have one of their own, the freshman Gulf South Conference Player of the Week, Bella Matchin. She averaged 15.5 points over the last 2 games for the Chargers. They did lose that game on Wednesday night against West Georgia, but they are here tonight. It's a whole nother ball game. The Bulldogs cannot rely on the fact that they beat this team the last 5 times they played. They are on the home court, though, so the Bulldogs do have that advantage as fans and students begin to pack in here to the Fred DeLay Gym. It's a Thursday night, and it feels a lot like a Friday after some rough weather. People ready to get out and enjoy the weekend, but there's one more day of work left, unfortunately. But we've got basketball here tonight, so it is a good day. Bulldogs just about ready to take the floor against the Chargers here at the home court at Union University here in Jackson, Tennessee. The weather's still rough, but basketball is played inside, and thank goodness for it, because I am ready to see these two teams face off. We'll take it to the floor for the starting players for this basketball game and the national anthem. There's your starting lineups for tonight here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium as the Bulldogs looking to continue that win streak over the University of Alabama Huntsville Chargers. The Bulldogs here on the home court, they've got that home court advantage. And they haven't played a basketball game in several days. Neither has UAH. UAH has not played a game since last Wednesday night. It's been 8 days since the Chargers played. The Bulldogs are ready for this one. Small huddle here for the two teams before we head out and get the tip-off. It's going to be a familiar crew for your Bulldogs. Of course, number 2, Keisharna Lucas, her older sister, the Gulf South Conference Player of the Week, Shanique Lucas, Bethany Dillard, Samaria Thompson, and rounding it out, Naomi Van Ness. Van Ness here for the jump. Van Ness will win the jump over Nichols. So here come the Bulldogs starting it off. It's Samaria Thompson. And as you can see, the Bulldogs getting right to it, moving that ball quickly. They're looking to jump out to an early lead as they so often do. Lucas into Van Ness. Van Ness working a post move. Decides not to go for it. Here comes Shanique off the dribble, up and in. Shanique gets the scoring started here for the Bulldogs and for the ball game. It's 2-0. And that press from the Bulldogs right into a turnover. A back up for Lucas, and she's got 4. The Bulldogs an early lead. And that press works so well for the Lady Bulldogs, coached by Mark Campbell, and he is one of the greatest, doing a great job, of course, to coach this press as the Bulldogs swat that one out of bounds. They're making it difficult for the Chargers early on. Chargers get it into flat guard. They push it ahead, so the Bulldogs going to have to set up the defense. And this will be the first look for the Chargers on this side of the court. Thought about the shot. Chose not to take it. A rough pass there, but able to be saved by Nichols. Nichols trying to back in on Van Ness. Good move, up and in. Good job there by Nichols. Some great post work from the forward. In the corner, up. That's a beautiful shot right there from Bethany Dillard. The Bulldogs pouring it on early on in this one. They're up by 5. Here come the Chargers across half court after some work. And the thing about the press is it'll tire out your team. Yeah, the Chargers might be able to beat it most of the time, but they're going to be exhausted come the end of this one. A big 3. No good, but rebounded by the Chargers. Tipped away, and what a great save there from Thompson. Bulldogs going to have to slow it down a little bit. Bulldogs have not missed a shot yet. They're 3 for 3 in the ball game. Of course, 2 easy layups and the 3 from Dillard. Van Ness in the post. Gives it back to Shanique. Shanique takes a 3. That one's just off. Chargers not trying to rush it. They're met by the trap from the Bulldogs. Able to beat it here. Accelerating is flat guard. It looks like it's going to be a whole new squad checking in for the Bulldogs. 4 substitutes on the way in just a moment. Tipped away by Shanique, almost stolen. Another 3 in the corner from the forward. Off the mark, and 2 Bulldogs crash into each other, and the ball is going to go out of bounds off the Bulldogs. Samaria Thompson was there, but bumped into her. Van Ness will check out Thompson, Lucas, and Dillard. So Shanique will stay in the ball game, the only starter still in the ball game for the Bulldogs. Of course, Mark Campbell quick to make substitutions always. That's how you execute the press. Make those substitutions quickly so your team doesn't tire out. Into the post. Met right there by Shanique, but able to put it up and in. And Nichols already has 4 points, the only 4 points right now for the Chargers. She's single-handedly keeping the Chargers in this ball game. And an easy drive there, up and in for Leah Cobble. The paint has been open for the Bulldogs so far in this ball game, as that one's tipped out of bounds by Shanique Lucas. Shanique will check out. Brings Leah Church in as the Chargers trying to rush it right into the paint. Too strong off the backboard. Rebounded by the Bulldogs. They're coming the other way. In the corner, lost control of it, able to throw it off of the Chargers, and Adel, the last one to touch that one. Ball will be inbounded here by Shaylee Morrison. There's a three, a big three for the Bulldogs, off the mark, rebounded by Adel. Chargers pushing it all the way to the corner. They'll take a three, ring it up, it's good. Machin getting on the board. It's a 2-point ball game right now. Bulldogs trying to answer on the other end. Not a lot of movement right now on the offense for the Bulldogs. Kiwi Robinson will come up to set a screen. That's not going anywhere. They've got 9 seconds left on the shot clock. Here comes Kiwi Robinson trying to work on her own, loses control of it. Chargers coming the other way, a little jumper, just off the rim. Rebounded by Morrison. Bulldogs get an opportunity here off the turnover for the Chargers. Keely Robinson gives it off. Bulldogs, it's going to be a foul there. It's going to be on the Chargers. It's going to be called on number 0. So that one's going to be on Adel. So her first and the first foul of the ball game. It's been a clean first few minutes here. We've got about 5 minutes left in the first quarter. Cobble's got the ball in the corner. Gives it off to Keely Robinson. 10 to shoot. She'll be fouled. Driving in, she hit the floor pretty hard. Looks like Samaria Thompson, the senior, is going to check back in. Jordan Little's going to check in as well, and Shanique Lucas checking back in. Going to send Shaylee Morrison to the bench. Leah Church and Leah Cobble will take a seat as well. Up to the top of the key for Shanique Lucas. Shanique averaging 17.5 over the last 2 games. She's got 4 already. That one's up and in there for Jordan Little. Good drive to the basket. The Bulldogs have had that paint wide open so far. They've been able to get separation and get the easy layups all the way down to the other end. That one was blocked. Great block there by West. The Bulldogs headed back the other way with it. Samaria Thompson gives it up to the top of the key. Here's a 3 on the way, and that one's beautiful. In for Lauren West. So the Bulldogs now with a double score of the Chargers, 14-7. We're going to take a quick media timeout and be back in just a few moments here at Worthy Road Studios.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
The cheerleaders trying to hype up the crowd here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Not a ton of fans braving the bad weather tonight, but some are ready to see some basketball and hope their Bulldogs pull this one out. It's 14-7, a good start for Union as they jump out ahead on top of the Chargers. Now the Bulldogs, a deeper team than the Chargers are. Of course, a more experienced team as well. A lot of young players on the Chargers. They've got a lot of freshmen and sophomore in this ball game. Just 2 seniors on the team for the Chargers. The Bulldogs take the court again. It's going to be Jordan Little, Shanique Lucas. Van Ness is going to go back out there. And Samaria Thompson. So we'll see who heads out for the Chargers. It's going to be a new squad for them. They're going to have Jessie Jennings headed out there. She's a sophomore. Inbounding, it's going to be number 24, Maddie Krieger. She's a freshman as well. Chargers trying to accelerate it quickly, but look at this trap from the Bulldogs, making it so difficult. Trapped in the corner by Van Ness and Thompson. Thompson, the last one to touch it, and it's been about 2 minutes since the Chargers have scored in this game. Their shots have been no good as of late, one of the last 4. They're able to inbound it here. Trying to drive up the baseline, no good there. Calling off the shot, the ball's headed the other way, I believe. Or it's going to be a foul called, offensive foul called on Olivia Howard. She's a senior on this team, the 6-foot senior. So it's been over 2 minutes since the Chargers have scored, and the Bulldogs are on a 5-0 run here in the last 2 minutes. Now we expected them to win this ball game, but there is some life in Huntsville. They've won 4 of their last 6 ball games, coming off a tough loss on Wednesday. And what a shot there from Samaria Lucas as she throws that circus layup up, adding on to the Bulldogs' run. 7-0 run here. Look at this. It's a struggle for the Chargers to get anything. Stolen away by Jordan Little. The Bulldogs forcing those turnovers into Shanique Lucas. Out for a 3. Ring it up. A beautiful shot there from Bethany Dillard. Bethany Dillard's second 3, and that's going to be a timeout for the Chargers as the Bulldogs jump out to a 12-point lead. We'll be right back here at BallGame Blitz.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle. And at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
The Bulldogs jump out to a big 12-point lead here early on in this one. A little more than 3 minutes left in the first quarter, and the Bulldogs doing it efficiently. They're shooting 60% from outside the three-point arc, 3 for 5, and 80% from the floor so far tonight. Just some great numbers from the Bulldogs. And the trap there, Samaria Thompson almost got it, but she stepped out of bounds, I believe, so the ball's going to be headed the other way, and the Chargers looking for their first basket in just about 3 minutes. 4 turnovers so far for the Chargers. That's what this press by the Bulldogs has been forcing. And not enough time there. She wasn't able to get it across half court quick enough. Trying her hardest. Didn't get a lot of support from her team. Elena Taylor The junior guard gets the 10-second backcourt violation, and the Bulldogs get the ball. So another turnover for the Chargers, and another possession without scoring. Bulldogs have a big lead with about 3 minutes to go. We'll see how they play. It looks like they're looking for a good shot. They get it into Naomi Van Est. Back into her. Oh, the pass was a little too strong, but she's able to save it. Here come the Chargers the other way. They're having to dribble all around as the Bulldogs making it difficult for them. They're trying to swing the ball right now. Thought about a three there. Won't take it. They've got 5 seconds on the shot clock as they drive in there. Good drive from Jessie Jennings. Here come the Bulldogs. They're up 10 right now. Jordan Little losing control of it, but able to get that one right back. Samaria Thompson trying to direct traffic. Less than 10 to shoot. Shanique Lucas drives, spins, hangs. Yes, ring it up. Shanique Lucas always having a good night, but a good night so far. 6 points and 1 assist for her. She's 3 for 4, doing it efficiently as well. In the corner, no shot there. Drive in. Too strong, off the rim, gets her own miss. Able to put that one up and in. Great bit of effort there from Halem Adel. And Thompson will be fouled on the drive there. Fouled by Andy Flatgard. So it looks like this will be the first free throw attempts that we've seen tonight. Now, the Bulldogs were struggling at the free throw line early on in this season, but in the 11 games since the first of the year, Union has shot just a little under 80% from the free throw line, so good percentages from the Bulldogs. See what Thompson can do. First one up and in. Thompson's got 3 points now on the night. And the second one's good as well. So Thompson makes it count there. She'll check out for a moment. That's going to bring in Lauren West. The Bulldogs have that 12-point lead, a little more than a minute to go. For over 3 minutes, the Chargers were held scoreless in this quarter as the Bulldogs jumped to a big lead. 5 turnovers from the Chargers helped the Bulldogs as well. That drive short. Great guarding there from Morrison. The Bulldogs trying to push it the other way quickly. Driving in for the little floater, just off. Morrison just barely missed. Chargers almost out of time again, just trying to get the ball across half court. They've got 15 seconds now on the shot clock. Nichols has it at the top of the key. They get it inside there. Triple team by the Bulldogs, and the shot is off the mark. But the Chargers get their own miss, and stolen away there. Great effort from Leah Church. So Leah Church gets the ball back to the Bulldogs. The shot clock is off. They've got about 15 seconds here before the end of the first quarter. They lead it big right now. 5 seconds to play. Lucas dishes it out. There, a desperation shot won't fall as time expires here in the first. 23-11. The Bulldogs lead it. 5 turnovers early on for the Chargers. We'll take a break for commercials and be back with the other 3 quarters of action.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's Warranty Forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Back here as the Bulldogs lead this one big, 23-11. The cheerleaders at Union trying to get the crowd into this one as the Bulldogs lead it big after the first quarter. 6 turnovers from the Chargers allowed the Bulldogs to go on that big run. They're shooting really well from the floor right now, 64% and 60% from outside the three-point arc. They've only taken 2 free throws, but they've made both of those, and over 3 minutes of that first quarter, the Chargers were scoreless. The Bulldogs have led this one from the beginning, and they're leading big right now as we enter the second quarter. The two teams about to take the floor. Bulldogs already 12 points in the paint on this one. They're actually, interestingly, losing the rebound battle, but that's because they have not missed a lot of shots. Most of their shots have fallen, so they have actually 0 offensive rebounds. They're losing the rebound battle 9-4, but it has not made a difference so far as UAH is down 12. Flat guard gives it off. Driving in, and great defense from the Bulldogs. They give it away off the brim. Nichols too strong on it, falls off the back of the iron, and here come the Bulldogs. Shanique Lucas, Samaria Tompkins, and Keely Robinson, Naomi Van Ness, and Bethany Dillard are going to check back into this ball game in just a moment here. All make their way to the score table. 10 seconds. Throw it up for 3, and why not? That one falls in for Lauren West. Looks like she found a little bit of an opening and took it. So she's got 6 now. A foul on the other end, and the basket is in. Let's see if they count it. That's going to send Jessie Jennings to the line. The basket will count, so Jessie Jennings a chance for a 3-point play. The sophomore guard on the line right now. Chargers looking for anything to get them back into this ball game. They're down by 13. That one is in, so the 3-point play complete. Shanique Lucas downhill, triple team, but lays it off the glass beautifully. You do not want to let Shanique get a step on you. She will make you pay. She's got 8 points in the early going of this one, averaging 17.5 over the last 2. Bulldogs don't get back quickly for defense, and that's going to turn into a bucket for Nichols, and Coach Campbell was frustrated by that one. Naomi Van Ness at the top of the key with the ball. 15 seconds for the Bulldogs here. Keely Robinson drives in, throws the ball away as she was falling to the floor. She's still down. Looks like she's in a bit of pain as her teammates help her to her feet. We'll see if she stays in this one. Looks like Lauren West will check in for her. She'll take a seat to make sure everything's doing all right. It's going to be the Chargers ball. Bulldogs at full court press right now. And West almost came out of nowhere and stole that one. Nichols at the top of the key. She's been running this offense right now for the Chargers. She's got 6. That one's going to roll out of bounds, and it'll be the Bulldogs' ball. Jessie Jennings, who's got 5 right now, was trying to make something happen, but loses control of the ball. Samaria Tompkins will take the ball up the court for the Bulldogs. They've got that 12-point lead still. Easy layup for Shanique Lucas. She's got 10 now. Before halftime, we still got almost 8 minutes in the second quarter. And Shanique Lucas already in double digits. She is just tearing the Chargers apart right now, getting into the paint. Her speed and athleticism just makes it so difficult for teams, particularly if she gets a step on you like that. Bulldogs guarding heavily. Van Ness almost got that one swatted away. She'll get the board. A long rebound. She caught that one out by the three-point line. Thompson over the corner. No shot there for Dillard. Thompson gives it off to West. The Bulldogs less than 15 seconds here on the shot clock. Dillard a wide open three. Got the unfriendly bounce. And fighting for the rebound is Shanique Lucas. And flat guard. It's going to be called for a jump ball. And Keely Robinson will check back in. Naomi Van Ness will go take a seat. It'll be the Bulldogs' ball, and Thompson will inbound it. Thompson up to the top of the key for Shanique Lucas. She loses it. A rare bobble there from Lucas. Bulldogs rushing down, and Shanique Lucas makes up for it with a steal on that one. That is an aggressive play, and you love to see it. Dillard thought about the three, puts it on the floor instead. Tipped away, but saved by Thompson. A three from Thompson just off the rim. Rebounded by flat guard. She's going to try to accelerate ahead, but met there by Thompson. A lot of dribble moves there from Hughes, and that's going to go off the foot of one of the Bulldogs. Jordan Little will check in. Looks like Samaria Thompson will check out. Leah Cabo will check in, and Bethany Dillard will check out as well. So the Bulldogs continuing those rapid substitutions. It's a 14-point lead right now for the Bulldogs. First half of the doubleheader looking good so far for the Bulldogs. 6 to play as they lead this one 30-16 off the front of the rim. Rebounded by Shanique Lucas. She's going to try to rush it ahead and slow it down a little bit. West, a good fake there, drives in with the right hand. What a beautiful layup there. West getting it done. She's got 8 points as well. So all the Bulldogs are cooking so far tonight. And the trap is working as the Chargers just barely able to get that one ahead. The ball on the floor. It's going to roll out last off of West. Lauren West, the last one to touch it as the Bulldogs were fighting for it, but they've got their largest lead of the ball game. 16-point lead right now. Things are looking rough for the UAH Chargers. It's been over 3 minutes since the Chargers scored. It was over 3 minutes in the first quarter that they did not score, so they're looking to break that soon. Go to the score tables for something. See what they'll talk over here. Two teams are going to the bench. We'll see what it's going to be. If it's going to be a timeout, I'm not sure. This is a media timeout, so we'll take a break along with them. 32-16, your score here at the Fred DeLay.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
The Bulldogs did not come to play today. They jump right at it. 32-16 right now. They lead the Chargers. They are on a run of their own right now. It's been over 3 minutes since the Chargers scored. It was over 3 minutes in the first quarter that they went scoreless. And I don't have to tell you, but ladies and gentlemen, you cannot win a ball game going 6 minutes in the first half without scoring. It's already a tough ticket for the Chargers to undo, as a towel there almost hit one of our cameramen here at Worthy Road Studios. Buster, a little too strong there with the T-shirt cannon. But it's good to see the mascot out and about for this Thursday night game, and the Bulldogs are looking strong right now. Students continuing to pile in. They trickle in throughout the game, and that's what they're doing here tonight. Looks like we're going to set up over on the Chargers' end of things, and they will have the ball. After that media timeout, they push it all the way up to the logo. Tipped away by Cobble, but the Chargers able to maintain it. Trying to spin, blocked by Cobble. No shot there at all. The spin move was good, but she just went up too quick. Bulldogs trying to make something happen. Morrison gives it off after she doesn't get a step there. Leah Cobble spinning, rejected on the other end. Adel doing the rejection, and the ball's loose. Picked up by the Bulldogs. It's Lucas. So the Bulldogs, another opportunity here off the turnover. And it's been 3.5 minutes since the Chargers scored. No energy for them. Cobble throws up a three, just off. But the Chargers able to pick that one up. Chargers are winning the rebound battle right now, 12-8. But the Bulldogs have not needed it. They lead this one by 16. They've got double the Chargers score early on, and we've still got 4 minutes here in the first half. Chargers trying to break this scoreless streak with the three, way off the mark. And an easy rebound there for Morrison. Chance of air ball from the student section here. Bulldogs trying to make something happen. And Keely Robinson gets a good step. Strong off the backboard, but that one's going to fall up and in. A whistle. They're going to bring in some substitutions as the Bulldogs continue to make aggressive substitutions. Shanique Lucas checking in. Bethany Dillard. Leah Church. Anna McCready. And Samaria Thompson for the Bulldogs. They've got a monster lead right now. They're on a 6-0 run. That's going to be a foul called on Bethany Dillard and a chance for the Chargers to go to the line. They could break this 4.5-minute scoreless streak. It's going to be Haley Nichols, the sophomore center. Listed at 6 foot tall. First one up and in, so breaks the scoreless streak for the Chargers. Score is now 34-17. The Bulldogs still handily leading this ball game. And she's good from the line, 2 for 2. Good ball game so far from Nichols. She's got 8 points. Bulldogs trying to add on to this lead here with more than 3 minutes. Shanique Lucas, a little jumper off the mark. McCready, and a lot of action over there on the bench for the Chargers. It made me stop my sentence. Coach over there aggressively, I guess, petitioning for a call, maybe a reach-over foul, I'm not sure. And there's another layup. Great move from Nichols. Nichols has 10 points, the first Charger in double digits. She leads the way for them. They've cut the lead down to 14. McCready at the top of the key. Off to Dillard for three. That one's off. It's going to be rebounded by Adel. Nichols brings it across half court. Dishes off to three. Wide open look. Off the rim. Shanique Lucas going to pick up the loose ball. It's her against 4 Chargers. That does not worry her. She's got 10 points in this ball game. A three is up just off the mark for McCready. And a jump ball. This is going to be the Chargers' ball on that one. Nichols dribbles the ball up the court. Right now she's leading the way for the Chargers. Chargers trying to go on a little bit of a run there. Going to be called for a blocking foul. As Andy Flatguard drives in there, she'll draw the foul. And now it's been 2 minutes since the Bulldogs have scored. Samaria Thompson called for the foul, her first of the ball game. That first one is up and in. It's a 13-point ball game right now. Second one in as well. So a good job shooting from the line so far for the Chargers. They're 6 for 6. 5 for 5. As the Bulldogs now have just a 12-point lead with 2 to go here in the first half. Feels a little ironic to say just a 12-point lead, but they've led this one by as much as 17 in this ball game. McCready and the Bulldogs passing the ball quite a bit. That one's fairly off the mark. Chargers trying to get this one ahead, but look at the effort that the Bulldogs give. That was going to be a foul on Shanique Lucas as she was fighting for the loose ball. But the Bulldogs do not let any team get the ball across half court easily. The press that they run just makes it so difficult for teams, particularly teams like the Chargers that are a little bit short-staffed. Not a big team as far as substitutions are concerned. The Bulldogs have made it difficult. Nichols puts the ball on the floor. Chargers trying to make something happen. There was a little bit of a look at a three, but doesn't take it. A little jumper here. That one's good. Ring it up. Jessie Jennings getting things going a little bit now. 7 points for her. It's a 10-point ball game right now. The Bulldogs led by as much as 17. 1 minute to go here in the first half. Shanique, a little pull-up jumper, just off. Rebounded by Van Ness, and easy up and in for her. Van Ness's first points of the ball game. That stops an 8-0 run for the Chargers. A good little run there for them. The Bulldogs, one of their last 6 from the field. So a little bit of a struggle for them in the last few moments. And Shanique Lucas able to pick up the loose ball on that one. Thompson and the Bulldogs have a little more than 15 to play. They lead this one by 12 as we are approaching halftime. Some students are on their feet there cheering on the Bulldogs. They've got about 5 seconds to play it. Shanique Lucas and Thompson misread the situation there. Thompson thought she was going to get it headed towards the paint, and Shanique thought she was going to back out for the three. So the Bulldogs turn it over with 3.1 left on the clock. The Chargers are going to be looking to inbound this quickly and throw up a shot to make this one a little bit better headed in to the huddle at halftime. Here comes the inbound. They're running out of time. Shanique Lucas steals it. Up the baseline, steps out of bounds, trying to push her way to the basket. So a good steal from Shanique Lucas, cuts some time off the clock. 1.4 now with the ball on the baseline for the Chargers. Leah Cobble's going to check in for Jordan Little. A little bit of a defensive substitution right now for the Bulldogs, trying to stop the Chargers from cutting down this deficit at all before halftime. They throw it way ahead, and Keely Robinson's going to be the first one to it as time will expire here at the end of the first half. The Bulldogs lead it 36-24. 10 turnovers for the Chargers in the first half made a big difference. The Bulldogs, of course, forcing those turnovers from that full court press. Doing a good job of shooting the basketball, particularly in the early goings of this ball game, but cooled off a little bit there in the second half as the Chargers were able to go on an 8-0 run to catch up a little bit. They were down by as much as 17. Now they're still down 12. They're not really back in this ball game yet, but there was a little bit of spark of hope for the Chargers right there. The Bulldogs committed 5 turnovers there in the first half. They shot the ball 53.6% from the field, so looking to improve on that a little bit, but early on they were shooting 80%. That's that hot streak that led to an early and big lead, and so far the Bulldogs have not looked back, just 36% from outside the arc. They're 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Not been a big factor, and another thing that has not been a big factor in this ball game, the rebound battle. The Chargers lead this one 16-12, and they are winning that rebound battle, but it has not made a difference. The offensive rebounds for the Chargers have been there. They've had 5. The Bulldogs held to only 2, but that's because early on those baskets were falling at an excellent percentage rate for the Bulldogs. We'll take a quick break, and we will go to Steve Beverly, who is going to meet with the coach, David Niven, to preview tonight's game for the men. The Bulldogs snapped a 3-game losing streak over the weekend as they beat Montevallo. Alabama Huntsville brings the toughest team in the Gulf South Conference to challenge the Bulldogs tonight. Here's Steve and Coach David Niven with more.
Well, it's halftime here as the Lady Bulldogs are in the locker room as they're getting their halftime discussion with Coach Mark Campbell. So that means it's time for our Bulldog preview with Coach Dave Niven. And he'll be getting us ready for tonight's game between the Bulldogs and UAH. Dave, before we get into that, though, this past Saturday back on the winning ways, and it was a really entertaining game to listen to or watch with Montevallo. And you got a lot of guys involved in the contest with that, and it was really a solid performance from top to bottom.
Yeah, it was played better. Thought our defense in the first half really set the tone for the whole game. Made it difficult for them to score. That's kind of their strength is they can put up a lot of points, and made it hard for them to score in the first half. Thought we came out and really pressured the basketball and defended at a high level. And then we shot it pretty well. Bo Gidgel had a great game. He was 7 for 7 at the half. Ended up with 35 on the night, shot it at a really high level and got to the free throw line a bunch. And so all of those things really translated to us playing well, got everybody a chance to play. So that was a good thing.
It included actually getting some guys in there that don't typically get a lot of time into most of the games, and they had an opportunity to be able to show what they can do. It's one of those things. I know when they are in the home games, that's the situation that really gets a lot of the crowd up into it when you get down to the guys on the bench that don't get to play a great deal.
Yeah, our guys were into it for sure to see those guys get a chance. We've got some walk-ons that they work really hard. They're really committed to our team, our program, and they deserve to get out there on the floor when we can. The league's really tough, and we don't have a whole lot of games where we've gotten that kind of a lead. So it was nice to be able to reward those guys, and the rest of our team was really fired up for them.
This season has just seemingly flown by, and here we are getting close to the postseason. And we're taking a look here, last 2 weeks of the regular season, and we're taking a look now coming in as 2 of the toughies in this conference are here tonight and on Saturday. Let's focus tonight on Alabama Huntsville. We know what they're made of, and this is a ball club that most seasons is a 21 team. Tell us what is special about this Alabama Huntsville team from what you've seen of them and when you played them previously.
Well, they've got a great player. I think he'll be in competition for Player of the Year in the league. And Chaney Johnson, he's a tough cover. Can really score a lot of places and big, physical, athletic. athletic guy, so we're going to need to be able to defend him well. Probably defend him with multiple players. And then they surround him with a bunch of guys that can shoot the basketball. So offensively, they are have always been really dynamic. I think they are a good defensive team as well. They really try to take away everything around the basket. So they're going to try to take away post ups. They're going to try to take away drives, and it's going to be important that we can make shots. They will give you as many as you want, really, from the perimeter. And we're going to need to be able to be wise about when we take them and have multiple guys that are ready to make shots from outside against Huntsville.
Dave, when we start a season, and this one was no exception, we talk about whether the offense needs to catch up with the defense or vice versa at the beginning of the season. Where is it at now at this time of year for yours or any other team as far as being in that situation or having a balance between the two?
Well, this team, certainly the strength of our team is our defense. I think our offense has made significant strides. Our last 4 games, I think we're averaging close to 90 a game. So we're able to put the ball in the basket. Now, I also feel like our defense has taken a step back, and that's caused some of the struggles we've had. We have to get back to our identity as being a great defensive team, and we didn't do that for a couple of weeks. I think we took a step forward on Saturday, but we're going to play a lot better team on Thursday, and it's going to be our defense will be tested for sure. I think we will. I think we'll come out. Our guys will be ready to play. I think you'll see really good defense to start this game. Hopefully we can maintain it, and fatigue won't have a big effect. We'll have to go to our bench early, and I foresee everybody getting quite an opportunity to play Thursday night.
When you are, and you've walked us through this before about how your assistants break down the next opponent and get all of you prepared for what you're going to face ahead. When you actually go through a film session with your team, what are the kind of things that you point out to them when you take a look, say, at either your previous game or recent games that a future opponent has played?
If we're looking at ourselves, we try to show things, on one hand, things that we want to repeat. So positive plays, try to give them positive reinforcement. This is a good play. We want to do this more. And then also things that are correctable. So, all right, we can fix this. This was a mistake, but it's fixable. And this is how we fix it. And so, that's when we're watching our team. When we're watching our opponents, we're primarily looking for tendencies. And so we'll spend the bulk of our time just watching the tendencies of the individual player that we're going to be playing against. JT, he might get to see the guy he's matched up with against, and we'll say, all right, this is what he likes to do when the ball's in his left hand. This is what he likes to do when the ball's in his right hand. This is where he generally drives. This is what he usually does after a couple of dribbles. So that the whole purpose of that is to give our players the ability to anticipate. We want them to anticipate, not react. And so they need to be thinking ahead about, all right, well, this is what's probably coming based on this player's tendencies, so I can anticipate and try to take that away. We like to try to take away plan A, plan B, plan C, and make somebody go to plan D. If you can score on plan D, you earned it. But if you let players do what they like, if you let them go to their tendency, then they're college basketball players. You're going to get beat. So you have to be able to take away those things, and that's primarily what we do when we're watching our opponents' film.
Dave, to wrap it up, your keys to the game tonight for the Bulldogs against Alabama Huntsville.
I think for us offensively, it's taking care of the basketball. We need to make the pass to the open player in rhythm. Let them get rhythm shots. So that will decrease turnovers just right there. And then, like I said, Huntsville will give you as many threes as you want to take. And so we're going to have to be able to take and make the open three tonight. And so that's going to be important. Then for us defensively, like I said, Chaney Johnson's a great player. We're going to need to be able to defend him. And then really just, I think ball pressure is going to be important. As many players as they have that can shoot the basketball. We don't want to give them any standing rhythm threes. We want to get up at them and make them move on. For many of them, plan A is to catch and shoot. So we want to take that away and really defend and pressure the basketball.
Well, Dave, we want to wish you a lot of great success this afternoon and hope it's going to come away with a victory today.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
And let's go back down to the floor now for Alexander Bitterling to bring you all the halftime statistics and the second half of our women's game between Union and Alabama Huntsville.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. If you're just now joining us, I'm Alexander Bitterling, filling in for Steve Beverly tonight here at Worthy Road Studios. The Bulldogs lead it by 12. They led by as much as 17 at one point, but they are down to 12 as a little bit of a comeback from the Chargers near the end of that second half. Let's go to those halftime stats and run down those for you. Now, the field goal percentage, if you look at that stat right there, you can tell why the Chargers are down big in this ball game. The Bulldogs, 53% from the field, 15 for 28. Now, the Chargers have taken just 4 less shots, but they're shooting a little over 37%, 9 for 24. Now, when it comes to the three-point percentage, the Bulldogs shooting 4 for 11. They started off real hot, 3 for 5, then went 1 for 6 to round out that first half. So a decent percentage from the Bulldogs from outside the arc, but not exactly the numbers that fans want to see. 17%, 1 for 6, a struggle from the Chargers so far. Now, both teams shooting 100% from the charity stripe. 5 from the line for the Chargers, just 2 for the Bulldogs. Now, where the Chargers are excelling is when it comes to turnovers. Not turnovers, when it comes to rebound. They're struggling with turnovers, but doing well, getting those boards. Out-rebounding the Bulldogs 16-12. Now, the turnovers, the Bulldogs committed just 5, gave up no points off of those turnovers, but the Chargers on the other side of things committing 10 turnovers, and the Bulldogs able to convert those for 9 points. That's why they're up big right now. We are just a few moments away from the second half of action. Now, leading the way for the Bulldogs is Shanique Lucas. She is the reigning Gulf South Conference Player of the Week, averaging 17.5 points in the last 2 ball games for the Bulldogs. Tonight, she's got 10 already, 5 for 8, 3 rebounds, 3 steals as well. So Shanique Lucas off to a good start. Now, the Bulldogs really all together are scoring 6 points for Dillard, 2 for Van Ness, 4 for Thompson, 2 for Robinson, 2 for Little, 8 for West, and 2 for Cobble. So the Bulldogs getting it done all across the board. Almost every single player that has played so far has scored a bucket for the Bulldogs. So the Bulldogs are doing a good job of making it a team effort here tonight. Now, on the other side of things for UAH, Nichols leading the way with 10 points. Jennings right behind her with 7. 2 points for Adel, 2 points for Flatguard, and 3 for Matchin. So a lot of work to be done for the Chargers as they are warming up now. 1 minute until the second half, the third quarter, to begin in just a moment. But the Bulldogs are going to continue to run this ball game if the Chargers do not cut down on those turnovers. Now, the press from the Bulldogs is what led to turnover after turnover. So the Chargers are going to have to find a way here in the second half to beat that press from the Bulldogs and shoot the ball a little bit better. 37%. They've had some good looks under the basket. They've had some second and third chance opportunities, but unable to convert. So this is going to have to be a big third quarter for the Chargers to get back in this ball game. They're going to have to outscore the Bulldogs by quite a bit and do it quickly. So the Bulldogs Coming into the second half with that 12-point lead, they led by 18 with 4 minutes to go in that second half. But then a big run from the Chargers, an 8-0 run. They were doing a good job. So if the Chargers come with that energy here in the third quarter, the Bulldogs are going to have to make sure that they rise up to match that. The Bulldogs have an 8-game win streak here on the line, and looks like they are on their way to adding a 9th one. Now, you never want to call a ball game too early. There's 20 minutes of this one left. But the Bulldogs doing a good job so far of dominating the Chargers. Looks like we've got Shanique Lucas out there, Keely Robinson, Lucas again, Thompson, and Dillard. That's the 5 Bulldogs for you on the floor. Shanique Lucas spins in the paint, lays it up, too weak there off the rim. So here come the Chargers the other way. Adel's got the ball, almost out of time. They're able to get the ball across just in time. Big block there from Keely Robinson as the ball goes out of bounds. The fans enjoy that one. Nothing like a monster block, and that's what Keely Robinson brings to the Fred DeLay. Chargers barely able to get the ball in there. Working against Robinson. And that one's just going to roll right out. Rebounded by Kishara Lucas. Kisharna Lucas here drives in, gives it off to her sister Shanique. Thompson will reset it up near the top of the logo. Driving in, that one gets a bad roll. No good on that one. No points yet here in the third quarter. A travel will be called, so Nichols will travel, and the ball will go back the Bulldogs' way. Now, another story of this ball game is the amount of time that the Chargers have played versus the amount of time that the Bulldogs have played. Shanique Lucas has played 16 minutes for the Bulldogs. There are almost 4 players for the Chargers that have played the full 20 minutes so far, so that's another factor. The Bulldogs just have a lot more energy, able to make substitutions. And that press, of course. Shanique Lucas spinning in the paint. Good move there, up and in, and the flop from the Chargers. Krieger falls to the floor trying to get a call and will not get it. 12 points for Shanique Lucas in about 17 minutes of action. Very efficient from her. 60% shooting. 15 seconds as the 3 is up for the Chargers, way off the mark. That's going to be last touched by the Bulldogs as Dillard touches it on its way out of bounds. Here comes the inbound from the Chargers, way up to the top of the key at the logo. They try to get into the paint, and that almost was a shot. I believe it was supposed to be a pass down to Nichols, but the way that ball arced and the power that it had behind it, it almost could have been a shot. The Bulldogs lead by 14 now. 2 minutes have ticked away here in the third. So far, things not looking better for the Chargers. Lucas driving in through traffic, up and in. Great job there from Kisharna Lucas, her first 2 points of the ball game. Look at the Bulldogs here. Chargers running out of time. Yep, and that's going to be a 10-second violation. The second one of those here in the ball game, and the Bulldogs press is working to perfection here tonight. They are such a difficult team to beat. They can tire you out just like this. Force turnover after turnover, and already 13 turnovers for the Chargers in this ball game versus the 5 from the Bulldogs. So the Bulldogs up to a 16-point lead. They led by as much as 18 there in the first half. Headed that way now. Keely Robinson, a good step there and strong off the backboard, but up and in. Keely Robinson, a good drive there. So the Bulldogs back to that 18-point lead, the largest of the ball game. Chargers pass it ahead, and Shanique Luke is almost a monster block there. Kisharna was trying to work and get a step there, but did not get it. So 10 to shoot for the Bulldogs. Thompson, a good drive. That one's going to roll out. Rebounded by the Chargers by Matchin. Foul there. It's going to be on Thompson. It's going to be Thompson's second foul of the ball game. So a new squad here for the Bulldogs. 5 substitutions. Cobble, Van Nest, West. Van Nest. I said Van Nest, one of the professors here at Union University. I took his classes, and that's why it's on my mind. Van Nest, 42-26 your score here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And Leah Cobble going to be called for the foul there. Coach Campbell does not know if he agrees. So 2 shots coming here for the Chargers. It's going to be number 15, Andy Flatguard. First one, too short. Off the front of the iron. That one off the front of the iron as well. The Bulldogs pick up the basketball. Here comes Morrison. Here's a 3, just off. Nichols able to pick up the board. 6 to play here in the third. See what the Chargers can do here. Nichols at the top of the key, 15 on the clock. Here it's in, double team by the Bulldogs, and wow, a great shot there from Adel. She's able to put it up and in, 4 points. Going to be a timeout called by Coach for the Bulldogs. Coach Mark Campbell will take a timeout to talk it over with his team. They lead by 14 here on BallGame Blitz.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
The Bulldogs are owning the third quarter so far. No comeback in sight right now for the Chargers. The Bulldogs lead it by 14. They led by 12 at halftime. Have added on a little bit. They were leading by 18 just moments ago, but the Chargers are not giving up, but they cannot seem to surpass a 12-point deficit. The Bulldogs able to stay double digits ahead for the majority of this ball game. 2 teams just about to take the court. The Bulldogs have already clinched a home playoff game, but they are eyeing the top of the standings in the Gulf South Conference. Lee leads that so far, but the Bulldogs trying to get 1 game closer here tonight. Lee is 18-2 on the season. The Bulldogs 17-3, looking to add on to that 8-game win streak for the Bulldogs. Now the guys who will be up next after the Lady Bulldogs snapped a 3-game losing streak. A little bit of a rough streak for the Bulldogs so far, but they are looking to bounce back again tonight and start a little bit of a win streak of their own. Here come the Bulldogs working. It's Van Ness. Good defense right now from the Chargers. Van Ness in the paint. A lot of pushing from Nichols. Turns around, fires, won't go. Tipped away, but the Chargers able to pick it back up. Now the Bulldogs That one is going to be called for a charge, and it's coming back the other way. Drawing the charge is Leah Church for the Bulldogs. The bucket will not count. Now, unfortunately for the Bulldogs fans, they're not going to be able to catch up to Lee University tonight. The Lady Flames defeated the team that they played tonight 76-45, a big win for the Flames. They took on Shorter University. A big win for them. They're still at the top of the Gulf South Conference bracket. Bulldogs trying to add on to their score. Lucas going to try to drive up the baseline. And the second one there, yes, and a great drive from Lucas. And the bench for the Bulldogs excited about that one. The fans as well. And it looks like Chargers are really tired right now. Getting a little bit sloppy on offense. Just kind of throwing the ball around. They try to get it into Nichols, but Lucas will tip that one out. And Shanique Lucas up off the bench cheering on her sister. Looks like she's going to be the first one to head over there to the team. And we'll take a timeout here at BallGame Blitz and be right back.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Now, we can't always hear the conversations in the huddle up here from the broadcast booth, but we did hear Coach Campbell say, hey, guys, this is Keisharna Lucas. She is on our team. I guess he did not like the way that the Lady Bulldogs were leaving her out of it, or the way that she was open and they did not get her the ball. Whatever it was, he took some time to introduce the team to her, make sure that they are getting her involved on things. She had a great drive there to the basket just moments ago and swatted the ball out of bounds on defense as well. So a great stand there from Keisharna Lucas, and whatever reason, Coach Campbell took the time to say that she was on their team. As the Bulldogs take the court again, they lead this one by 16. Now, in between the games, we'll, of course, have a visit with Steve Beverly once again. He'll be joined by a guest, and we'll tell you more about that when we get to that time. Nichols with the ball at the top of the key. 10 seconds only for the Chargers. Thought about the shot. Maybe regret not taking it a deep one with 4 seconds left. Off the mark. It's a scramble for it as the Chargers able to pick it up. They get it down to Nichols, and Lucas did the best she could. Made sure not to foul, but not able to stop the bucket. Nichols now with 12 for the Chargers. Bunch of substitutions on the way again for Coach Campbell. Lucas trying to drive in on Nichols. Dishes it out to the three. There's a three from the Bulldogs. Ring it up. A beautiful shot from West. And Lauren West has 11 points in this ball game. And the Bulldogs get the ball, but step out of bounds on that one. And it's a whole new squad. Shanique Lucas checking in to join her sister, Bethany Dillard, in there. Samaria Thompson and Jordan Little to round out the lineup for the Bulldogs right now. They're being picky about where the Chargers inbound this ball. Here comes the inbound from Adel. Got it into Nichols. Nichols able to put it up, and a great look there. I don't know how the pass got in between two Bulldogs. A great dime thrown there from the Chargers, and Nichols has 14. Almost single-handedly holding her team in this ball game. She leads the scoring in tonight's game. Dillard is at the logo. 10 to shoot for the Bulldogs. Coach Campbell trying to tell them to rush things. 5 on the shot clock. Thompson didn't look in a hurry. Lucas will take a 3. Too strong. And the rebound goes right to Jennings for the Chargers. They're trying to rush ahead and beat that press. Nichols slow to get back. She has been working. I would not be surprised if she was tired. She's doing everything she can to keep the Chargers in this ballgame. Tipped away by Lucas. And there's a no, won't take the 3. I thought they would, and she drives in, puts it up and in for Jennings. So Jennings had 9 points. So the Bulldogs here on the other end, 2 left here in the third quarter. Bulldogs struggling from outside the arc, just 1 of their last 8. There's a 3. Off the mark as well. 1 for the last 9 for the Bulldogs. I apologize for the announcer's curse on that one. And Bethany Dillard missed the 3. That one's going to be swatted out of bounds. A foul, I believe, on Thompson. Kisharna Lucas will check out, as well as Samaria Thompson. Jordan Little back in the ball game. And Shaylee Morrison as well. Bethany Dillard almost got a hand on that one. 20 seconds on the shot clock for the Chargers. They were down 12 at halftime. They find themselves down by 13 right now. Almost been matching the Bulldogs, but matching is not enough when you're down double digits. Howard down in the paint. And out of bounds, last touch by the Bulldogs. Senior to Olivia Howard was the one with the ball there. And here comes the inbound from the Chargers. It's Maddie Krieger. They get it right in there and off the mark. They're going to talk this one over. The shot clock violation went off. I believe the Bulldogs touched it last. So it is going to be a new 20 seconds on the shot clock. Coach Campbell's upset about it. It'll be the Chargers' ball, though. They'll have to inbound it. They get it in. So 20 seconds on the shot clock for the Chargers. Adel outside the arc. Now it's just 10. The Chargers have not got anywhere in the last 10 seconds. They're going to call a foul on Jordan Little on that one. It almost wasn't her fault. And Jennings kind of ran into her. Jordan Little's first foul of the ball game. They get it in to Howard. Howard tries to fade away, won't get it, gets her own miss, and that one's off as well. Shanique Lucas able to get the board. 45 seconds left here in the third quarter. This third quarter's been just about neck and neck. Bulldogs outscoring the Chargers by 1 in this quarter, but the Bulldogs have gone about 3 minutes without scoring. And about a minute and a half without the Chargers scoring. That one up and in, breaking that 3-minute scoreless streak for the Bulldogs as Morrison is able to get her first basket of the ball game. Give the Bulldogs a 15-point lead, 10 seconds on the game clock. Looks like Chargers aren't in much of a hurry. Defense chance here at the Fred DeLay. Adel's trying to drive in herself, and a good drive there. Time will expire, but it is a 13-point lead for the Bulldogs at the end of the third quarter. We'll be back with the last 10 minutes in just a moment. The Bulldogs able to maintain control in that third quarter. They lead it right now by 13. Now, a little bit of a rough spot for the Bulldogs, about 3 minutes without scoring, but they do still command the quarter. And the Bulldogs, no turnovers there in the third quarter, but 14 turnovers in the game so far for the Chargers. It's been a huge factor. Bulldogs able to get 17 points off of turnovers, and that is more than the difference in this ball game. But a big win right now for the Chargers on the rebound side of things, out-rebounding the Bulldogs 28-15. That's something for the Union Bulldogs to work on. You cannot get out-rebounded by 13 because teams are not always going to turn over the ball 14 times. But the Bulldogs looking to add on to this 8-game win streak they've got working, and it looks like they are well on their way to this 9th win in a row. 10 minutes to go until they can get that W in the win column. Two teams about to hit the floor for the last 10 minutes. You've got to see a lot different basketball from the Chargers here if they want to pull this upset off. Down by 13, they've got to cut down on those turnovers and start shooting the ball better, particularly from outside the arc. Just 1 for 8 for 12%. 41% from the floor, not terrible, but the Bulldogs shooting 51. Chargers met by 2 Bulldogs everywhere they go. I'm going to call a foul, I believe, or it's going to be called a timeout. The Chargers called a timeout just in time before they turn over the ball. We'll take one as well here at BallGame Blitz.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
It's still a big lead for the Bulldogs here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. They are just shooting the ball well, and turnovers from the Chargers have led to this big lead for the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs have won in the last 5 meetings between these two teams, so expect them to win this one as well. A big win way back at the start of the year. The Bulldogs won 85-47. Now tonight, they are not up as big on the Chargers. They are leading this game right now by 13, but they won by nearly 40 at the start of the year. Bulldogs back on the court, waiting on the Chargers. Just moments away. We've got less than 10 minutes left in this ball game. Most of the fourth quarter is still here. Chargers trying to mount a comeback, but it's got to start in the early goings of this quarter. Bulldogs really struggling to shoot the rock from the three-point line. 1 for 9. They've shot over their last 9 chances, just 5 for 15. 33% for the Bulldogs. We'll see them. There we go. And the game will go back. Chargers able to get that one in. Keely Robinson was facing 2 Chargers, but the shot will not fall. And Keely Robinson's going to draw the foul. Foul's going to go to Bailey Matchin. Nichols is going to check back into the ball game. That's going to bring Howard out. Bulldogs just trying to maintain this lead right now. Jordan Little, good spin move, but no look. Jordan Little driving in, doesn't get the friendly bounce. Keely Robinson tried to swat it out of nowhere, but the Chargers still able to pick it up. And they lose control of it. They're going to get it back, though. Great job by Jennings to get a hold of that one and regain possession for the Chargers. 10 to shoot. They get it into Nichols. Works against Keely Robinson. She's going to fall to the floor and throw the ball out of bounds. Nichols has 14 points for the Chargers. She is the lead scorer right now in the ball game. Thompson's going to bring the ball up the court for the Bulldogs. Shanique Lucas almost went downhill with a full head of steam, but gives the ball back to Thompson. Here she goes into the paint. Won't get it to fall. Keely Robinson tried to fight for the rebound, but Chargers pick it up. Shanique Lucas goes for the steal. It's going to be a jump ball. Should be the Bulldogs' ball, and it will be. The Bulldogs have the ball now, but they have not scored in over 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes of scoreless basketball period. Chargers haven't scored in 1:40. So a lot of time in this basketball game without any scoring from either team. Kind of a low-scoring affair for the Bulldogs. Here comes Thompson. Good Euro step. And she gets the and one call as well. So Thompson will go to the line. Thompson 2 for 2 from the charity stripe so far. And that one good as well to complete the three-point play. Bulldogs are a team that usually score 79 points per game. They've only got 52 here tonight. Last time these two teams matched up, the Bulldogs scored 85. Held to a slower and lower number tonight. 52-36. Now they are leading it, so can't be too upset with the Bulldogs. They lead it by 16. And that's going to be the Bulldogs' ball. A little more than 8 to play. Not looking good for the Chargers. Thompson, good give into Shanique Lucas, who puts it up and in for 14 points in the ball game. What a great and stolen right there. Lucas to Lucas, the connection. The three's just off the mark. And whistle, last touched, I believe, by the Bulldogs. So it's going to be the Chargers' ball, but you've got to love the effort you're seeing right now from the Bulldogs. They lead it by 18. Back to the largest lead of the ball game. Chargers try to push it ahead. They've got 2 against 4. And one opportunity. A great shot there from Jennings to get the foul and put the ball up. Shanique Lucas's 4th foul. She's got 14 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. A good all-around ball game from Shanique Lucas, and that is what Bulldog fans and Gulf South Conference fans across the league have come to expect from Shanique Lucas, the senior and the reigning Gulf South Conference Player of the Week. Jennings for the three-point play. Off the rim. Rebounded by Lucas. Bulldogs pushing it ahead quickly. Thompson will take a three. That one's good. The Bulldogs just 2 for their last 11 from the three-point line, but that one is good from Thompson. Now they've got their largest lead of the ball game, 19 points. With 7 minutes to play, Thought about the three. We'll take it on a second look, and what a beautiful shot there from Nichols. She's got 17 to put her back on top for the scoring in this ball game. Shanique Lucas dishes it out for 3, just off the rim. Shot doesn't fall for Church. No look in the paint there. Bulldogs have it all tied up. Nichols another three. Ring it up. And she has just caught fire from outside the arc. 2 for 5. She's got 20 points in this ball game. Nichols is on fire right now. Looks like Bethany Dillard's going to come back in the ball game. Thompson loses control of it, but able to pick it back up. They get it into Van Ness. Works against Nichols. No foul call, and the shot is off. Shanique Lucas with the steal, and an easy layup. Shanique Lucas has 5 steals in this ball game. Ladies and gentlemen, she has matched her season high 4 steals. Her career high is 6 in one ball game, and she could be eyeing that tonight. Here come the Bulldogs the other way. Thompson gives it to Shanique. And the fans love that. Off the rim there. It's not going to fall for Church. And the whistle, not sure what it was for. It's going to be the Bulldogs' ball under the basket. It was a foul. Foul on Nichols. And 21 turnovers in the ball game for the Chargers. Here comes Shanique. No look, but Dillard wide open for 3. It's going to be off the rim, but a foul is called. I believe it's going to be on Jennings. It will be. Jennings whistled for her second foul. So the Bulldogs remain in possession of the ball. And the Bulldogs are in the bonus now. Less than 10 on the shot clock. Thompson works against a couple Chargers, and what a beautiful drive there from Thompson, able to get it up and in. She's got 12 points now in the ball game. Chargers still just struggling to get it over half court. Nichols able to get it. She's got 20, the one diamond in the rough for the Chargers. And swatted, but a foul's going to be called on Lucas. So Nichols will go to the line. She's 2 for 2. She's put up 20 points and 10 rebounds. Just a great all-around game from Nichols. Here it is from the charity stripe. Off the mark, her first miss of the night. And that lowers the shooting percentage from the charity stripe to 55%. Probably back up at near 60. Actually right on the mark with 60 with that one. Bulldogs with that 16-point lead. 4.5 to go. Tries for the reverse layup and drawing the foul. I believe that's going to be another one on Jennings. It will be. So Jennings' third foul, and the Bulldogs are in the bonus, so to the line they go. Shaylee Morrison puts the first one up and in. She's about a 90% free throw shooter on the season. And she makes them both. Couple more substitutions for the Bulldogs. About 4 minutes left here in the ball game. The Bulldogs lead by 18 right now. They're on a 6-1 run in the last 2 minutes. They got it into the paint, but 3 Bulldogs were there. 3 just off the mark. And Keely Robinson picks up the rebound. She's going to push it all the way and pass it right back out. There's a three. Ring it up. That one's good from West. West 4 for 5 from the three-point line. 14 points for her tonight. Good performance from her. And it's another turnover. Here come the Bulldogs the other way, and Chargers able to pick it up and head back. And another turnover, back-to-back-to-back turnovers. It's a 21-point lead for the Bulldogs, their largest of the ball game. A big three. And it's like West cannot miss right now. Timeout for the Chargers. We'll take one as well. The Bulldogs on a massive run, and West is shooting the lights out here at the Fred DeLay.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Bulldogs on an 8-0 run here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium as they lead the University of Alabama Huntsville Chargers 69-45. A big lead for the Bulldogs and a nice job shooting the basketball so far. They are on an 8-0 run right now, and two big threes there from Lauren West. Just a great performance from her tonight. She's got 17 points, doing it just on amazing shooting percentages. 5 for 6 from outside the three-point line and 6 for 7 from the floor tonight. She's doing a great job of shooting the rock tonight, and the Bulldogs as a whole are as well. Just about 52% for them from the floor tonight and about 38% from outside the three-point line. And you can see the Chargers there look exhausted. The Bulldogs press has just been difficult for the Chargers all night long. A team that does not have a lot of depth on the bench. A young team as well, facing a really, really good Lady Bulldogs team. Coach Campbell there coaching up his team. As always, one of the greatest coaches of our generation. Not just for Gulf South Conference, not just for Division II women's basketball. One of the greatest coaches. An incredible man. And he is leading this team to another great season. They've already secured a home game for the postseason play. The Chargers right now playing to make this a little bit easier on the eyes for their fans. Off the mark. Way off the mark, that is. As McCready picks up the rebound. Less than 3 to play, and the Bulldogs just about cemented, barring a miracle, their 9th win in a row. Now, the Lady Flames from Lee University did win their game tonight, so the Bulldogs not catching up as far as the standings. Off the mark for West. She hasn't missed in a while. Cobble going for the steal there against Adel. 20 seconds left on the clock. Adel looks like she's working in isolation, but all 5 Bulldogs are right there and swatted by McCready as the ball runs out of bounds. She had 4 teammates wide open, but chose to take the ball herself, and McCready made her pay with the big swat on that one. West is going to check out of this ball game after an incredible performance. I doubt we will see Lauren West back in this one. 17 points for her, 6 for 8 shooting from the field, 5 for 6 from outside the three-point line. 2 seconds to shoot for the Chargers. Drive in and off the mark. Nichols got the board, but the shot clock violation made the Bulldogs get the ball out of bounds here. Less than 2 to play. The Bulldogs with that 20-point lead in the ball game. Cobble's got it in the corner. Off to Jordan Little. Back to Cobble. Double team, nowhere on that one. Less than 8 to shoot for the Bulldogs. A little pull-up floater, and that one, what a beauty from Morrison. She's got 6 points. Here come the Chargers. Almost turned the ball over there. That one off the mark. McCready able to pick it up. Jordan Little almost took the three, gets it into McCready. Less than a minute left in this ball game. 26-point lead right now for the Bulldogs. And the ball is going to head the other way, but in the grand scheme of things, it will not matter unless we see something we have never seen in the game of basketball. You never want to say never, but you can say just about never. And it's just about never that the Chargers are going to come back into this one. We've never seen it before, but that doesn't mean we won't see a comeback like that. 40 seconds left in the ball game. That is headed the other way, and the fans at the Fred DeLay are ruthless. They're still chanting, "You can't do that." And they're right, but rubbing it in the face of the Chargers a little bit here. 71-45, so the Bulldogs are on their way to a huge victory and their 9th game in a row that they've won. Morrison with the ball. About 10 seconds on the shot clock. McCready tries to drive in, loses control of it. And Nichols picks it up. She's had a great game. 21 points for her, 11 boards. As the time is just about to expire, the Chargers will probably get one shot off here with 3 seconds on the clock. Ball's loose. Desperation shot off the mark. So your final score here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, 71-45. The Bulldogs get it done. Their 9th in a row. We will come back in just a minute with your full game stats, and we will break down this game. Name your player of the game, of course, as always, here at BallGame Blitz. We'll be right back.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee. Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, I'm Alexander Bitterling. The Bulldogs getting it done for their 9th straight victory. 71-45, they defeat the University of Alabama Huntsville Chargers, and the boys are warming up. But let's go to our final game stats for this girls' game. The Bulldogs shooting great. 51% from the field tonight. Chargers shooting a respectable but not incredible 39% from the floor. Now, when it comes to the three-point field goal, Bulldogs shooting 38%. That's 8 for 21. Chargers shooting just 27%. They only made 3 out of 11. Now, when it comes to free throws, the Bulldogs went 5 for 5, and the Chargers went 6 for 10. Now, the rebound battle is not indicative of the score. The Chargers out-rebounding the Bulldogs 37-20. It's tough to watch that game and look at those stats and think that somehow the Chargers out-rebounded the Bulldogs by 17, but that is indeed the case. You can look up the stats yourself if you don't believe us, but the turnovers are the story of the ball game. The Bulldogs, just 7 turnovers in the 40 minutes of basketball, but 25 for the Chargers. The Chargers not able to convert any points off of turnovers, not a single one, but the Bulldogs put together 31 points off of turnovers. Incredible for the Bulldogs. That full court press was leading to those turnovers, and they were able to capitalize off of them for a big 26-point victory for the Bulldogs. Now for your player of the game. Now, several Bulldogs played very well. You had Thompson, who had 12, 17 for West, 16 for Shanique Lucas. It's a matchup here between West and Lucas. Who do we give it to? But Lucas had the all-around great basketball game. 5 rebounds, 5 steals, and 16 points, and she did it efficiently. 8 for 14 from the field for Shanique Lucas. That's your player of the game. Now, the Bulldogs did have their hands full with one player for the Chargers, and we've got to give her credit. Haley Nichols put together 21 points, 11 rebounds. A great game from Nichols. She even shot 2 for 6. 33% from the three-point line, which for a player of her size that typically plays the center forward position, that's some great shooting from her. You've got to give her her props for her 21 points, 10 rebound performance, but in the end it was not enough for the Chargers. Shanique Lucas and the squad get it done, the reigning player of the week for the Gulf South Conference. 16 points tonight, 5 steals. That is incredible defensive basketball. 5 rebounds as well, 2 assists. The complete game for Shanique Lucas. She gets it done as the Bulldogs win 71-45. Now the Bulldogs, for the men, coming off a win, but they are looking for another one here on the home court tonight against a tough UAH team. But I'm in for Steve Beverly tonight, and we miss Steve. We want to see a little bit more of Steve, so we're going to go now to our feature performance for the night. It's a documentary all about Steve Beverly's life. Nearly 30 years of Union basketball on TV, a professor at Union for 28 of those years. So tonight's documentary is all about the life and career of Steve Beverly, produced by his students. Here it is.
Nobody could be any more honored than this. This is one of the absolute pinnacles for me ever.
10 careers, over 5 decades, thousands upon thousands of viewers, and only one man to face them all.
And now, the host of Tell Us Tonight, Steve Beverly.
Thank you very much. Everybody, and welcome once again to Head to Head. This week, the last of our high school semifinal matchups.
And here we go, and then there were 2. Tonight, this is it. 1997 Trans-South Conference Championship game.
On Friday, April 23rd, broadcast journalism professor Steve Beverly was inducted into the Union University Sports Hall of Fame. One more achievement under his belt as he nears his retirement. After 28 years of teaching, news directing, and sportscasting, Beverly has left a lasting impact on the Union community and Jackson at large. To his students, he's known as Mr. B. On Sunday nights, he directs a weekly newscast on local Channel 39 called West Tennessee This Week, as well as a daily news show on Facebook called West Tennessee Today. These broadcasts give his students the opportunity to learn hands-on skills that will serve them throughout their careers.
When the news breaks out, we break in. West Tennessee Today.
On Saturday nights, Beverly becomes the beloved Mr. TV Classics on his program Steve Beverly's TV Classics. Here, Beverly shares his love for old television with the community. The program is enjoyed immensely by Beverly, and it is a project that he plans to continue after retirement.
And now, here's Mr. TV Classics himself, Steve Beverly.
Television has always played a huge role in Beverly's life. He has so much knowledge about classic TV shows, game shows, sports, and newscasts.
Even then, he was consumed by game shows and old TV shows and knew all the nuances and the trivia about it and all that.
Beverly grew up in the so-called TV generation. He can recall that at an early age he was fascinated by television. No one in his family was surprised that he would have an incredible career exploring the very thing he loved most, television.
But I don't think they were surprised at all, because of the fact that as I was growing up, I loved the broadcasters. I loved the people on television.
Steve has had a dozen lives. It seems like, you say cats have 9 lives. I think Steve has had 10 or 12.
How many different lives can one person live? Beverly has lived in many different places and followed his passions in many different directions. Yet he never ceases to miss an opportunity or to try a new hobby or even a new career path.
In the late 90s, was actually an internet guru. He would build websites, web pages from scratch.
A Waycross, Georgia native, Beverly began his career in broadcast, not with television, but with radio, when he became a play-by-play sportscaster in 1969. He was 15 years old.
I did 7 years of high school sports before I got into television. It went all the way back to when I was in the junior year of high school.
They go to Thornton, who puts it up. No, but Freed is there, yes!
His first official job came in the year of 1976 when he worked as a reporter and a weekend anchor at WRBL in Columbus, Georgia. It was here that Beverly met one of his dearest and longest-standing colleagues, Phil Scoggins. They both applied for the same position at the studio.
So he beat me out for our first TV gig, and rightly so, because I've got to tell you, Steve was and still is a fine journalist.
After his time at WRBL, Beverly transferred to another Columbus station, WTVM, where he worked as an anchor, reporter, and produced until 1981. From 81 to 82, Beverly was the broadcast coordinator at Mississippi State University. During that time, he also hosted MSU Magazine on TV. His next career venture came in 1982 when he became the assistant news director at WSPA in Spartanburg, South Carolina, where he was well received by all, but especially by Pam Anderson, who was launching her broadcasting career at WSPA.
You know how it is when you meet someone and you immediately like them? Steve and I were just like that.
After his time in Spartanburg, Beverly headed back to Georgia in 1983, where he was the news director at WSAV in Savannah. It was here that Beverly met Sam Hall, a college friend who remembers Beverly's drive and ambition fondly.
Once Steve latched onto a story, he would do what he had to do to get that story, and it didn't matter if people might have gotten upset with him or whatever.
Dealing with the public is one aspect of his fields that Beverly became more and more familiar with as his career advanced. As his reputation grew, so did the number of people that would recognize him from television.
We would go to the mall or to a store or something, and people would recognize him and say, "Hey, Mr. Beverly, how are you doing?" And Steve would say, "Hi, how are you? It's good to see you." And we'd walk on, and I'd say, "Well, who is that?" He'd say, "I don't know."
Fame, even in small doses, has its ups and downs.
He was a local celebrity, so it was good. Sometimes I wished that we could be anonymous.
But knowing people and being known goes hand in hand with what it means to be Steve Beverly. One person who knows Beverly well is Stella Shelton, who worked with him at WWAY in Wilmington, North Carolina.
I've known him since the beginning of time. Well, maybe not that long, but since the 80s when he came as news director to a very small station in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Beverly stayed at WWAY from 1984 through 1987, when he then moved on to be the broadcast coordinator at Auburn University until 1990. After that, Beverly was offered a job at a small, struggling station in Jackson, Tennessee.
And I got to tell you, it was one of the worst 6 o'clock newscasts I had ever seen in my life. And I looked at Rebecca and I said, you know what? There's not much you could do to mess this one up.
The station was WBBJ, and the job was not easy. But ultimately, the job of news director at that particular station would lead Beverly into discovering his greatest job yet.
But if I hadn't taken that job, I would have never been at Union University, the best job I ever had.
Steve Beverly has had his hand in many different career avenues, yet they led him to what he says is his favorite of all, Union University. Out of all the places he worked, Beverly has stayed at Union the longest.
Union is my school. I feel almost as if I went to school here. It has made such a difference in my life because of the values that Union has and is unapologetic about it.
At Union, Beverly has found that although his first passion was television, he can use everything that he has learned to teach, mentor, and encourage the next generation. Seeing the ranks of freshmen grow into competent, career-ready students is one of Beverly's favorite aspects of his job. His love for teaching really shines through in the way he interacts with others on campus. His years as a Union professor has earned him quite a positive reputation among faculty and students alike.
I could put Steve Beverly up against any faculty member at any college and university, not only in this country, but I feel like around the world as well, when it comes to teaching broadcast journalism. He is in the top of his class, and thus that helps his students.
In all of his classes, Beverly holds his students to the highest possible standard in everything that they do. These expectations can help to prepare students to excel in their chosen career fields. It is this level of dedication that makes Beverly truly unique.
He is known for excellence. You think about not just the students that have come from Union, but the shows that he's produced himself, and the thousands of broadcasts from basketball to the weather report.
The Union Broadcast Station television studio serves as both a training ground for students looking to make their way in the broadcast field, as well as a landing ground for students who need to find their confidence or who just need a good laugh.
Mr. Rees always had the greatest attempt to teach, to run a tight ship. He wanted us all to be very professional, very focused, very in the zone, in which we often were, but we often really weren't. And I think that was some of the best moments that I remember where things were a little bit off the rails.
Keeping things fun while also churning out quality products is a Mr. B class staple. Beverly knows the value a good sense of humor can have on the news set and in the classroom. Besides fulfilling a student's academic needs, he is always on the lookout for opportunities to lighten the mood.
I'm a person that I love humor, and my father was a great humorist. I always said that if I could have ever put him together with the right agent, he would have made a mint of money on the banquet circuit doing preacher humor, because he would weave humor into his sermons, and I gained that gene.
Beverly's impact on students goes far beyond equipping them with valuable knowledge and practical skills in the broadcast field. He doesn't just teach students how to get the job done, He teaches them how to go above and beyond and how to have fun while doing it.
He encouraged you to think and work hard and push for what you wanted. And that's been invaluable to me because I had such a strong presence when I was learning this craft. Now in the workplace, I don't hesitate to go up to a boss and say, hey, I've got this idea.
Confidence is something that Beverly is able to imbue in all of his students. He is capable of teaching the hard lessons with a gentle and loving hand. Students don't just remember the skills that Beverly teaches, but also the way in which he teaches them.
And so to have someone who can authentically talk to you about what you're doing in a way that is nurturing, yet give you guidance in a way that doesn't make you feel like you're failing, I think is very, very special. And he has that gift to be able to do that.
The lessons that Beverly teaches are one that you take into your workplace and into everyday life. Being able to make his students feel comfortable is something that Beverly has always prioritized.
He isn't just your teacher. He wasn't just an authority figure. He took the time to invest in his students' lives.
And for Beverly, this investment is something that is lifelong.
My job as a professor doesn't end when my students graduate, and if I hear about a job that's open and it's one that I think they ought to pursue, I tell them.
Part of what makes a great teacher isn't just their ability to transfer knowledge to the students. It is also their ability to impact every student that walks into their classroom. And Mr. B does just that. He wants everyone in his life to succeed, even his closest friends.
I have learned so much from him over the years that I've spent here at Union, 12 years now, I believe it is.
Beverly is always willing to extend a helping hand when you need it most.
I was laid off at my previous job, and he, of course, knew me. He knew what happened, and he arranged here for me to be a part of this department.
Something that is unlike most professors and colleagues is that Mr. B wants to listen. He wants to be involved, and he's willing to not only be your teacher and your guide through college, but most importantly, your friend.
Steve Beverly and I have had quite the circle of life, if you will. When he first came to Union, I was a senior, as I mentioned, and so I had him for class. Then years later, we came back and I joined the faculty, and so having him as a colleague was so much fun, as you can imagine.
The idea of a student becoming more successful than he was makes Beverly's heart beam with pride.
The greatest thrill I have, more than anything I ever accomplished in television, is to see my young people, as I call them, my young'uns, succeed.
Steve Beverly isn't just your professor, and he isn't just your mentor. He is your lifelong friend that you will laugh with, cry with, and support you in every endeavor you might take.
Though Steve Beverly is known in many different ways by those in the Jackson community, he has been on TV impacting viewers long before coming to Jackson. No matter where he goes, Beverly leaves a history of being remembered.
And we stay in close contact even now, and I loved his parents and was very close to them. His daddy was Steve is a lot like his daddy, because his daddy was a scream.
I don't care what was burning down. I don't care what was going on. It could have been stressful, and Steve was going to find the humor or something about it.
Beverly never stops. He is always striving to be better and to do what is best for those around him. His character stays consistent no matter where his life takes him.
Steve was one of those people who always was very attuned to everybody's sensitivities.
He just was so respectful, do whatever he could do the best he could do, help you do the best you could do, me do the best I could do. He was just a great support and font of knowledge.
Yet, striving to be the best and always giving 100% left Beverly with almost nothing.
And I came in one night from being in the newsroom all day, and finally I dropped to my knees and I had a nervous breakdown. I went into a crying spell that lasted 90 minutes.
It was
It was tough, and it was really difficult for me watching him because I wanted to fix it. I wanted him to get better, and that's not an easy thing.
Beverly knew he might one day struggle with depression and anxiety because he watched his father struggle. He was a senior in high school when his father took on too much and was forced to step away. They later learned that it was a chemical imbalance in his blood that triggered his depression.
I was told at the time that because of genetics that I could be a candidate for that.
Despite his extensive and successful career, Beverly has had more than his fair share of struggles. He pushes himself and continues to put out his best work. Yet at times, this is the very thing that almost kills him.
And I very bluntly told him I was worried about him, and he said something about, well, by Christmas I'll have a break. And I said, no, Steve, by Christmas you're going to be dead.
There were times when it all almost came to an end. He had too much on himself, just like his father, and he was barely hanging on.
When Dr. Joanne said, if you don't do something, you're going to be dead by Christmas, when Dr. Joanne tells you anything, you better pay attention.
And that got his attention, and he gasped.
It really hit home with Beverly when people started to notice that he was tired and needed help.
I was exhausted, and Dr. Joanne saw it, and I said, how did you know? She said, I'd been watching your eyes for about the last 4 weeks. And she said, when you're a psychologist, you're trained to look at people's eyes, and you can tell. And she said, there was no way you were going to be able to keep going at this pace.
Beverly needed someone to tell him that it was time to stop. He had to step back and take care of himself first.
You're giving too much of yourself to everybody except you. I've been through this myself. I was on the verge of death because of depression and anxiety, and I can feel it in you as somebody who's been close to you for decades.
Yet this was not the only time he struggled. In total, Beverly has had 3 bouts with depression and anxiety.
He struggled. He really did struggle.
And I knew at that point I had to have help. I didn't know what it was going to be, but I'm blessed to this day that Rebecca was there because she started making calls.
He knew that he needed to make a change for himself, his family, his friends, and his students. Beverly was doing entirely too much. Yet, through this time, he sought to help others. In an article that Beverly did with the Jackson Sun, he stated, when I first began talking publicly about it, I had so many people tell me, but you seem so happy. He went on to say, and a lot of the times my response is, so did Robin Williams. Beverly is never one to shy away from the very real and raw struggles that he has faced. He wants to be open and honest because mental health is not something to be taken lightly.
He's very open with, with his struggles with depression, and to me, at the time, I don't know that I fully appreciated what a big deal that was.
Beverly has never stopped sharing his story. He is living proof every day that it will get better, and he never lets go of that hope.
I knew I had to have the help of God, but I also had to have the help of God's servants.
The one aspect that Beverly could firmly hold on to was his faith. Even during his darkest days, he always found hope in Jesus. In the Jackson Sun, Beverly stated, I'm a Christian, and we all have to hold someone's hand throughout life. And there's one greater than all of us to hold onto when life gets too difficult, and that is Jesus Christ.
You can't get through something like depression if you don't have that to hold on to.
Beverly has had dark days and moments where he was left hopeless, yet he was never alone. He could always reach out to one of God's servants to pick him back up, and he would do the same for them.
That's so important, being able to have someone that you can call on and know that when you hang up, you're going to feel better because you have Steve Beverly as your friend.
There comes a time in everyone's life where you have to close a chapter. Steve Beverly knew that day would come. The chapter would close, and TV news would be a legacy he would leave behind.
I am very excited about retirement. I'm sad in one respect because I've said to many people, I will miss my students, but I will not miss the grind.
Beverly has accomplished many achievements as he has traveled, created, and worked tirelessly. He has had many long nights that turned into early mornings. He created a family and a tribe of people rallying behind him. He hasn't stopped in his whole career, yet that will all change in May as he walks out of the studio for the final time. He really did make a life out of the passions he always knew he had. Now he knows that it's time to pass the torch.
I am embracing retirement. I am not dreading it. Rebecca and I have a camper now, and we're looking to enjoy that.
Working in the broadcast field is no easy task. It's endless hours of preparation with little to no time to rest. He worked extremely hard, many times at the cost of his own health. During his time in TV news, he pushed himself to his limits and had 3 major bouts with depression that forced him to take a step back.
He is just so super special and brought so many talents and so much incredible experience to Union, and worked so hard, as you know, which led to the depression and anxiety. Too hard. And it is sad. It's so sad to see. You feel like it's an end, but it's not really an end, it's a new beginning.
This isn't goodbye. Beverly can never stay away from the camera, because after all, the camera has made him Steve Beverly, Mr. TV Classics, and Mr. B.
Welcome back to the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Starters are being announced right now for Alabama Huntsville, the University of Alabama Huntsville, and here for your Bulldogs. I'm filling in for Steve Beverly tonight, who I've heard is on a camping trip, so best of luck to him. Starting off for the Bulldogs, it's Justin DeBuck. Starting as well is Jalen Johnson, the 6'1 graduate transfer. Number 11, Bo DeJewel. Bo DeJewel is the reigning Gulf South Conference Player of the Week after scoring a career-high 35 points on Saturday. Also starting for your Bulldogs is Jeremiah Littlepage. Number 20, and rounding out your starters is Ty Parks. Number 33, the Bulldogs looking for a little bit of a revenge against Alabama Huntsville. They defeated Union 76-72 back in Huntsville on January 2nd. The Bulldogs did outscore the Chargers in the second half, but were unable to complete the comeback. They lost by 4, but the Bulldogs are hot right now. They are looking to clinch a spot in the Gulf South Conference postseason. With a win tonight, they would do just that. So the Bulldogs trying to get ready for that, and it looks like it's going to be Ty Parks. And Ty Parks is going to be jumping against number 31, Channy Johnson, the sophomore, 6'7 guard. And here comes the jump. Up, and Ty Parks will win it. Right into the hands of Justin DeBuck. It's like he planned it. If you missed the women's game, the Lady Bulldogs beat the Chargers 71-45. A big win for the Bulldogs. And that one is off the mark, and here come the Chargers down the way. Defense chance from the Bulldogs. It's a whiteout for the fans tonight. Students are starting out the game loud. Johnson, and stolen away by Justin DeBuck. What an athletic steal there. Ty Parks will take a 3 just off the rim. That's going to be rebounded by Coastal. There's a 3 for the Chargers. Scoring will not start with that one. Off the mark for Shulman. Justin DeBuck gives it off. There's a 3 just off the mark. So scoring has not started yet. 1 minute through this ball game, and the Chargers are headed the other way. Almost stolen away there by Gajul. Over to the corner, a good look at a three, but Jeremiah Littlepage, arms in his face were just too much. Justin DeBuck almost run over there, but he is up and all right. The ball goes out of bounds. And right there by the inbound, it's Jacob and Zach Niven, the sons of Coach here for the Bulldogs. And the ball is inbounded. Here comes the Bulldogs looking to get the scoring underway. Bulldogs 0 for 3 so far and 0 for 2 for the Chargers. Just about 10 seconds on the shot clock. And the desperation shot with the left hand won't fall. Tipped away. Last touch by the Bulldogs. I believe it was last touched by Jalen Johnson. So almost 2 minutes of basketball without a bucket. Uncharacteristic for both teams. This is a strong Alabama-Huntsville team, 15-5 on the season. That one's up, off the mark, and rebounded by the Bulldogs. So the Bulldogs still looking for that first bucket. Johnson into the corner for Parks. Jeremiah Littlepage gives it off to DeBuck. DeBuck takes a shot, just off as well. Still nothing happening for either team. Look at this aggressive defense so far from the Bulldogs. Johnson doing a good job. A three up, and that is the first points of the ball game. The three is up and in for Dane Harding. So the Bulldogs looking to answer now. $15 on the shot clock for the Bulldogs. A three is up, and beautiful shot there. It's in for Bo DeJewel. So it's a tie ball game now. The Bulldogs tie it up with a three. It's been a quiet start to this game for both teams. And less than 10 to shoot. Justin DeBuck was there before the shot could even get out of his hands at all. That one off the mark, rebounded by the Bulldogs. Good defense from the team from Union here. Almost lost, but Johnson able to go pick it up. Parks tries to give it all the way to the other end. It's going to be a foot race. Justin DeBuck is the first one back to guard. They're going to call a blocking foul on Justin DeBuck. He did prevent the bucket, so it's not ideal, but if you're a fan, you will take it. So the foul's on Justin DeBuck. We'll have a timeout. We'll take one as well and be right back.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
It's been a slow start so far to this one. 4 minutes have ticked off the clock. It's 3-3. The Bulldogs tied right now with the Chargers, trying to get a place in the Gulf South Conference playoff tonight. With the win, the Bulldogs would clinch a spot. So that's what they're aiming for tonight. And the Bulldogs having a rough start, but luckily for them, as Buster shoots off a spirit towel there, a rally towel, whatever you want to call it. He shoots it there into the fan section, and it is a tie ball game. A rough start for both teams. The Chargers 1 for 5 from the field, and the Bulldogs 1 for 6. So some ugly percentages. I won't even run those down for you. Those numbers are low. Let's just leave it at that. Both teams off to a slow start, but it looks like it is going to be an intense game. Lots of action, lots of aggression so far from both squads. So the ball is going to be inbounded. It was a foul on the floor, a good foul from Justin DeBuck, what prevented what could have been a bucket. Some friendly conversation, maybe not so friendly, from Ty Parks and Shamul. Max Shamul for the Chargers. They get it inbounded there. Swing it into the paint. A good pass there. As the Chargers able to put it up and in, it was Hunter Vick, who, as you know, used to be a player here at Union, transferred to Alabama Huntsville, and public enemy number one for the Bulldogs fans. There's a three from Ty Parks. Ring it up. He's a danger to leave wide open like that. Ty Parks had a good game the other day. 22 points on Saturday. That one is off the mark and rebounded by the Bulldogs as the Bulldogs won 99-85 over Montevallo. Ty Parks 22. Gijul 35, a career high. Bulldogs with the 1-point lead. Triple team there in the paint. He's going to be fouled. The only question is who committed the foul. Could have been anybody. As Bowl Gijul is fouled. It's the first lead for the Bulldogs. It's going to be Johnson inbounding the ball. Jeremiah Littlepage gets it to Ty Parks. That one tipped out of bounds, but will remain with the Bulldogs. We're seeing the first few minutes of action in this ball game from Lane Sarver. Lane Sarver is a freshman from New Madison, Ohio. Jeremiah Littlepage in the paint, tries for the monster dunk, but blocked and rejected at the rim. Here comes Hunter Vick. Pass Bulldog travel. That is a travel. He's going to argue it, but step without dribbling the basketball. Textbook travel. And it doesn't do you a lot of good to argue with the referees. Once they've made the call, they're not going to say, you know what, you're right, and reverse it. No, that call is standing. The Bulldogs still lead it by one. Johnson a three. And what a beauty. So the Bulldogs out to a little bit of a real lead here. A 4-point lead in a game that's been slow for both teams. About 6 minutes have ticked away. Chance of air ball. There was not even a shot, so I don't understand those chants. But, you know, if you get the atmosphere exciting, fans will say whatever they want to say. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Tipped away right into the hands of Ty Parks. The Bulldogs a chance to add on off the turnover. Johnson thought about the three. Bulldogs taking their time. 15 seconds left on the clock as they're on a 6-0 run. Ty Parks at the top of the key with 10 to play. Here's a three from the freshman. Ring it up. And Sarver gets involved in this one. Rings that one up. And the Bulldogs have a 7-point lead right now. This is a Alabama Huntsville team that defeated them back in January, and the Bulldogs looking for revenge here on their home court tonight. 7 minutes have run off the clock. Hunter Vick with the ball with 5 seconds. Loses control of it off Ty Parks, but desperation shot will not fall as the shot clock goes off. So the Bulldogs will get the basketball, and Ty Parks is hyped up as he gets the best of his past teammate Hunter Vick there, tipping that ball away. Johnson going to let the ball roll on the ground for a bit. Something we've seen a lot of recently, particularly with Ja Morant entering the NBA, letting the ball roll on the ground, and it's become fairly commonplace throughout basketball across the country at this point. Saving the shot clock is what it's used for. The shot clock doesn't start till they touch the ball. For those that don't know, Saver missing that one. And Jeremiah Littlepage able to chase down the rebound. Second chance opportunity for the Bulldogs with 15 to shoot. Ty Parks into the paint, gets pushed by Hunter Vick, falls to the floor, and a tough basket there from Ty Parks, who is absolutely cooking against his past teammate right now. 14-5, it's a big lead for the Bulldogs. And the mop man getting the fans involved over there, trying to hype them up. That one's off the mark. The Bulldogs another opportunity off a turnover. Bulldogs doing a good job of sharing the scoring as well. Ty Parks with 5, 3 other Bulldogs, Gajul, Johnson, and Sarver with 3. And the Bulldogs started out slow. Here's a 3. That one's too strong. That one's going to be off the mark for Ivan Prug. Ivan is the reigning Gulf South Conference. Is that one off the mark for Hunter Vick, who's not playing well here at his old school, Union University. But as I was saying, Ivan Prug, as that one's off the mark, was named the Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Week. The ball is headed back the Bulldogs' way. It's going to be a timeout called, and we'll take a break as well as the Bulldogs on an 11-0 run as they are beating the Chargers 14-5. We'll be right back.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, a monster run. You see the fans there. They are excited for the whiteout game here at Union University as the Bulldogs lead it 14-5. They jump out to an 11-0 run here in the last 4 minutes and about 45 seconds. We're almost halfway through the first half, and the Bulldogs right now are owning it. They're shooting 35% from the floor, 50% from 3, and look at these numbers, or excuse me, listen to these numbers as I tell them to you. The Chargers just 20% from the field, 2 for 10. You cannot win a ball game like that. 1 for 6 from the three-point line, about 17% shooting from there. So a rough spot for the Chargers. Not to mention they have had 5 turnovers already in this ball game, and the Bulldogs able to capitalize for 8 points off of those turnovers. So the Bulldogs taking the floor again as they're so far getting the best of Alabama Huntsville, but you do not want to get comfortable. This is a good team from Alabama Huntsville, and players like Hunter Vick are not going to be cold forever. Sarver passes it off, and Bulldogs doing a good job of moving the ball, but they've only got 10 to shoot here. Gajul driving, hanging, yes! A great drive from Gajul, who is the reigning Gulf South Conference Player of the Week. I'll say it over and over again because flowers to him. He put on a show last week on Saturday. 35 points, a 3 wide open. Chargers can't make it. They get the board, fighting for it, and a great try there as it's up and in for Johnson. His first 2 of the ball game, and that snaps a 5-minute, you heard it right, 5-minute scoreless streak for the Chargers. A tough shot there will be just short for the Bulldogs. And the Bulldogs wanted it to go their way. Looks like it could have, but apparently it went off the Bulldogs last. And I saw a fan over there doing the signal to watch that over, to challenge it. Unfortunately, here in Division II, we cannot challenge the calls, no matter how egregious you may think they are. That one, a tough fadeaway shot, and Johnson is cooking right now. He's got 4 points for Huntsville, Alabama. Johnson drives in, won't put it up, dishes it for three. Oh, just rolls out. We're over halfway through the first half. There's a three, a good look from the Chargers, and it's good. They're starting to shoot a little bit better. Burnett puts that one up. That's going to make them 2 for 7 in this ball game from the three. And now it is a 4-point ball game. That is how quickly a lead can tick away. They're on a 7-0 run right now. Bulldogs have got to settle down, get a bucket here, and maintain this lead. Johnson's in the corner with less than 10. The tip back will not go. Kajul tried to just do a little bit of a volleyball pass back and isn't going to work out. Good ball movement right now from the Chargers. They get it over to three, and oh my goodness, the Chargers on a run of their own, a 10-point run to answer the Bulldogs' 11-point. That's going to be a timeout for the Bulldogs as their lead is cut down to 1. It's 16-15 here at BallGame Blitz.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, a big run from the Chargers. 10-0 run to answer the Bulldogs' 11-0 run. So the Bulldogs have not scored in 2 minutes, and that is how quickly the Chargers have got this 11 points back. Some phenomenal shooting, and all of a sudden, they're shooting 40% from the floor and 33% from three, which doesn't sound like incredible numbers, but considering what they were shooting before, this is some phenomenal numbers. Justin DeBuck back in the ball game for the Bulldogs. They're looking to stop this run. DeBuck, a wide open three, ring it up. It's a beauty. Bulldogs they stopped their scoreless streak. I don't know what came out of my mouth there, but it's not what I meant to say. They stopped the scoreless streak. That's a tough one to say. If the Bulldogs had not scored in 2 minutes, that three gets them back on the board. Johnson met in the paint by 2 Bulldogs. Didn't want any of that. And there's a three by Costal, his first points of the ball game. It's still a 1-point game, neck and neck. The Chargers answering with the three. Here's Ty Parks in the corner with 15. There's a three. Short. Tipped up, and the Chargers get a hold of it. Here's a chance for them to gain the lead back. That one off the mark, but the Chargers able to get their own board, and Johnson at the top of the key. A great give, but bobbled it. Takes the three. Oh, my goodness. He made up for it there. Burnett shoots the three after bobbling the pass, and Chargers back on top 21-19. It's a game of runs. Alabama Huntsville on a 6-0 run. They had a 10-0 run moments ago to answer a Bulldogs 11-0 run. So run after run. Ty Parks puts the ball on the floor. Step back three. Deep. Just off the mark. Bulldogs are going to have to get back to playing team basketball. Foul's going to be called. It's going to be on Ivan Prug. It'll be a timeout on the floor. We'll take one as well here at BallGame Blitz and be right back.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
After leading it big by 11 points, the Bulldogs find themselves in a little bit of a rough territory. They're only down 2, but right now the Chargers are on just a monster run. About 17-4, I believe, is the run that they're on. 16-3 run in the last 4 minutes. They've fired back on the Bulldogs. Take the lead. Of course, it is still anybody's ball game. We've got 26, almost 27 minutes, but the Bulldogs need to stop this run by the Chargers and go on a run of their own. That's probably what they're talking over there on the bench. And in just a moment, both teams will take over the floor once again. It'll be the Bulldogs basketball. The Bulldogs shooting a decent percent, especially from three-point range, almost 42%, but from the floor, just 35% versus the 42% from three for the Chargers and about 44% from the floor. Here come the Bulldogs. It will not be the Bulldogs' ball. I thought it was, but it's the Chargers' ball underneath. Easy give there, and up and in for Hunter Vick. His first points of the ball game. He used to play for Union. He's got 4 points in the ball game. Transferred, I believe, last year. In the corner. Bulldogs have about 10 to shoot, and look at the defense from Alabama Huntsville. The three is off the mark. Ty Parks out of nowhere trying to tip it away, but the Chargers get it. The Bulldogs doing a good job of shifting on defense, but oh my goodness, a monster block there from Gijul. And Ty Parks a good job to save it and pass it ahead right to the rim. And that's going to be a blocking foul. Caleb DeBuck slow to get up. It's going to be called on number 21, Dalton Dodd. He's a freshman, and that's going to send Caleb DeBuck to the line. Bulldogs are down by 4. Here comes Justin DeBuck to the line. On the season, he's shooting about 69% from the charity stripe. We'll see what he can do here. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Make that 2 for 3. Man, the students love that. It's like he just threw down a monster dunk. They're excited about it. It's always good to see the fans here at the Fred DeLay getting into the basketball game. That one's off the mark. You'll never complain about students being 2 into a sporting event. Hunter Vick trying to work in isolation, doesn't get anywhere. 10 to shoot. And that one's strolling away by Justin DeBuck. Ty Parks will slow it down. Unfortunately, the Chargers doing a good job for stopping the Bulldogs, and Union fans not happy about that. The fast breaks are not working right now. A dangerous pass to Jeremiah Littlepage. Ty Parks thought about the 3, 10 on the shot clock. He's going to move in the paint, fade away, short. He bounces out, and Hunter Vick will take it the other way. Bulldogs just 1 for their last 7 from the floor. A deep 3 from the logo, off the mark, and Gijul with the rebound. It's almost been 2 minutes since the Bulldogs scored. They're looking to stop that here with this possession. Now, despite The Chargers going on an 18-4 run. The Bulldogs are still very much in this game, down just one possession. Deep three from Ty Parks off the mark. So the Bulldogs extend that scoreless streak. Hunter Vick, a little floater, ring it up. Hunter Vick now with 6. He's tied with Burnett for leading the Chargers right now and leading the ball game in scoring. Stolen away. Chargers take their time. They pass it ahead. Tries to take the 3, off the mark. Ty Parks, a great board there. He's got Gajul ahead. Gajul working against 2. Loses control of it, but saves it. And Justin DeBuck, the floater, no good. Bulldogs having a rough go of it right now. 1 for their last 9 from the floor, over 2 minutes scoreless. But luckily for them, the Chargers have not been able to score very much in the last few minutes either. A 3, shoves it up and off the mark. So a chance to slow down for the Bulldogs. They've got to get one here. 1 for just their last 9 from the floor. 15 on the shot clock. Justin DeBuck working with less than 10. 5 seconds, he'll have to throw up a 3. That's off. Another opportunity for the Chargers and another wasted possession from the Bulldogs. Timeout for the Chargers. We'll take one as well. 2:41 left here in the first half. The Bulldogs trail it by 5.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Back here at Union University, just a few minutes away from halftime. The Bulldogs the Bulldogs trail. The Chargers lead it 25-20. The Bulldogs have not scored in 3 minutes. They're just 1 for their last 10. Meanwhile, the Chargers on a 20-4 run. But the Bulldogs still in it, down just 5 points. Chargers do have the basketball here, but if the Bulldogs able to figure it out, they could easily come back and be leading as they head into the huddle for halftime. 2:41 left to play. The men about to take the court. If you missed it, the Lady Bulldogs, had a big win earlier today. They took on Alabama Huntsville as well, and just a phenomenal game from them, putting up big numbers against a team that they have beaten 6 out of the last 6 times. The Bulldogs on a 9-game win streak, and the men's team trying to get a clinch for the playoffs here tonight. If they win, they will be clinched a spot into the Gulf South Conference tournament, and once you do that, it is anybody's ball game. It doesn't matter what seed you are come tournament time. You might have a tougher path, but Johnson short trying to dunk it there. And here come the Bulldogs the other way. A 3 in the corner from Johnson. A tough shot there. He puts it up and in. So the Bulldogs snap the scoreless streak. Been about 3 minutes since they scored, but that was a big one there. A 3. No way that's going in. Way short, and the volleyball spike does not go. It's going to hit the back of the backboard, but props for trying. For Max Schulman, he gave it his all. Here's the inbound of the Bulldogs, a chance to tie this one up or possibly take the lead. They've had a rough going of things, but they have kept themselves in this ball game, particularly on the defensive side of things. They haven't been able to score, but they've stopped the Chargers from scoring. Johnson tried to get into Jeremiah Littlepage and just too strong on the pass. It was almost like he couldn't decide if he wanted to shoot it or pass it. Thought about the three, the flyby, ring it up, and a great shot there from Schulman. Schulman, his first three of the ball game. It's back to a 5-point lead for Alabama Huntsville. And stolen away right into his hands from the pass from Sarver. And too easy the pass into Johnson, and the foul. Johnson puts it up and in. He's got 6 points in this ball game. The foul's going to be on Ty Parks. It's a 7-point ball game right now. Alabama Huntsville, interestingly, taking their first free throw of the ball game here. Off the mark and rebounded by the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs just about a minute before halftime to fight back into this one. Almost stolen away, but saved. Jeremiah Littlepage gets it to Ty Parks, who's triple teamed, and yes, gets the friendly bounce, and it falls in. 5-point lead right now for the Chargers. The Bulldogs want to stop before halftime. There it is. Jeremiah Littlepage able to pick it up, goes behind the back, rushing it down the court. Into Ty Parks, who's double teamed in the paint, and just short. The shot clock does not matter. 25 seconds on the game clock as the Chargers looking for that last chance opportunity. They're up by 5. And a big dunk there from Johnson. Johnson's got 8 points, and adding on to the lead, jump ball. And that means it's going to be the Chargers' ball with 2.2 on the clock. So another opportunity to get something done. The Bulldogs led by as many as 11 at one point. Here's a three in desperation. Oh my goodness. And it's good. The bench for Alabama Huntsville is loving that. The three from Burnett. He is 3 for 5 from outside the arc, and it's a 10-point lead headed into halftime for the University of Alabama Huntsville. The Bulldogs had a big lead for a moment there, but it was quickly stripped away. We're going to go now to our halftime feature. It's the bicentennial year here at Union University, and those 200 years of history have brought great success, but also many challenges to the campus. 15 years ago this month, the greatest crisis to ever strike Union also brought an amazing show of the campus and the community coming together in unity. Our halftime feature tonight is called Renewal from the Rubble, and we'll see it right after this quick break.
Hello, my name is Sheila Mitchell, and I'm the Dean of the College of Pharmacy at Union University. We are pleased to announce our new 3.5-year accelerated PharmD track for our PharmD program. I'm excited about the flexibility this will allow our students who are ready to start their careers. Students will be able to opt in to the accelerated track upon admission and will have the flexibility to change tracks at any time during their tenure here at the College of Pharmacy. For more information about our accelerated track and other tracks we have to offer, please visit our website or contact our admissions team.
That is an area of concern right now, and if there is in fact rotation in there, if there is a tornado in there, that would be taking it just north of Interstate 40 out near the Union University area.
Saw what I could not believe.
The devastation was massive. The destruction was beyond comprehension. Everywhere I turned in the residence life area, walls were coming down, students were coming out, some cut and bleeding, and then I heard these words, "We're trapped."
I went to campus Wednesday morning and stood outside the building. And I just thought, there is no way one person could live under that. And yet there's 7 boys that God said, "You're mine, and I'm not going to let you go."
The sun came up, we looked across the campus, the devastation was far worse than anything we even imagined at the time. But Wednesday morning, the Union University community was at its best. People coming together, caring for each other. What should have been a storm that cost dozens of lives, maybe hundreds of lives, no lives were lost. 9 students seriously injured. It is truly an act of God, a providential moment in history.
I was expecting to get back and have nothing. Pretty sure as of right now I haven't lost one thing. That shows commitment for the students and how much you care, and I think anybody would love to have that in their lives.
It has the most caring faculty and staff I've ever seen, and I would definitely, no matter how far away you live, go to Union.
February the 5th till now, we have seen an amazing transformation of the campus. Demolition of the residential life facilities that were hardest hit.
What that storm did, yes, it blew the campus apart, but it blew all of their souls together.
I love Union. I'm only a freshman. I have only been here one semester. I can't imagine, what the seniors and juniors feel like.
It's not the average college experience to go through an F4 tornado. I really appreciate this school.
$14 new apartment-style facilities, bigger, stronger, better than any residential life facility in this region.
The new dorms are just amazing. They're so solid and secure. Having the laundry in there is really nice. The microwave and the nice countertops.
Being back, I'm really excited to be in the new dorms, to be creating a community, and to just be giving glory to God for our safety.
Just walking onto the campus, I mean, wow, look at this. This is amazing.
Feels like it's kind of coming to a close. We're closing out on the post-tornado era, and we're probably a new day at Union. It's very exciting just to be a part of it.
I have no doubt that in coming days, Union University will be a better, stronger university. Better connected among the student body, more committed to our Christ-centered core values, having a campus that is blessed with wonderful residential facilities. The number of quality students desiring to come to Union University has never been greater. We're excited about each and every one, and that number continues to grow. We trust that you will join us as we build, as we prepare, as we plan for years to come. The best days of Union University are ahead of us.
At Union, we seek to be Christ-centered in all we do. We don't focus on Christ-centeredness just in the chapel. One of the great opportunities I have in serving at Union is meeting students from all over the world. And one specific student that I think of is JV Martinez. And since coming here, I've watched him grow in his walk with Christ, connect to a local church, invest in others, share the gospel with others, and be a godly man. He, in many ways, is a great example of a student that we're hoping to invest in.
I'm JV Martinez. I'm a senior from Tampa, Florida. I'm studying business management. So coming to Union, I'd never actually had a Christ-centered life modeled for me. It's the genuine heart of Union, and I think it permeates from every level, from the top all the way to the bottom, including the students. Really changed my life and what it looked like to be a follower of Christ. It's no longer I, it's Christ who lives in me, and like that's not something that just happens at church, but it's something that happens throughout all of my life.
And the Office of University Ministries here at Union, we seek to help students take their next step in their walk with Christ. And we do that through chapel, discipleship groups, mission trips that we call Go Trips, service opportunities. And one of the things we understand is that every student, every faculty member, every staff member has a next step to take in their walk with Christ. And we want to come alongside of students to do that, to help them grow, to help them connect to a local church, to know God's word, and to serve and to advance God's kingdom all over the world.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, the Bulldogs do trail by 10. It's 35-25. Now, the Bulldogs actually had the lead longer than the University of Alabama Huntsville, but they unfortunately are not leading now, so that is not relevant at this moment. 35-25 after just a big run from Alabama Huntsville. Let's look at your halftime statistics here for both teams. Bulldogs struggling a little bit shooting. The field goal percentage just 32%, 9 for 28. So the Bulldogs definitely looking to improve on that here in the second half. Now on the other side of things, 14 for 30, good for 46% for the Chargers. Now the Bulldogs shooting all right from the three-point line, 6 for 16, 37.5%. But the Chargers are shooting better, 39%, 7 for 18. The free throws have not really been a factor. The Bulldogs took 2, made 1 for 50%, and the Chargers missed 1 for 0%. Now the rebounds, this is where it really starts to lean the Chargers' way. 21 rebounds for the Chargers, just 15 for the Bulldogs, and the defensive rebounds, 19 for the Chargers, 14 for the Bulldogs. When it comes to turnovers, it was pretty even. 7 for the Chargers, 6 for the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs were able to capitalize for 10 points off of the Chargers' turnovers, and vice versa. 13 for the Chargers off of the Bulldogs' turnovers as well. So here we are at halftime. The Bulldogs trail by 10. Now they did lose to the Chargers in the beginning of January. The Bulldogs looking to clinch a spot in the Gulf South Conference postseason tournament. If they win tonight, they would be able to do that, but they have to win this ball game. If they don't, they may not clinch. Now, there are some other scenarios that we can talk about later with other teams losing tonight that would allow the Bulldogs to clinch either way. But for the Bulldogs, their goal tonight has to be to win this ball game. It's a team that they lost to in January, but it ended up being a close game. The Bulldogs lost it 76-72. They won the second half 40-38. They outscored University of Alabama Huntsville, but that would not cut it today. They've got to outscore the Chargers by 10 or more here in the second half to get back into this ball game. We have seen good spurts of basketball from the Bulldogs tonight. They did lead by 11 early on in this ball game, 16-5. Since then, it's been a huge run for the Chargers that puts them up 10. They are outscoring the Bulldogs big time right now. Hopefully this halftime break for the Bulldogs, if you're a Union fan, really gave them a little bit of time to rest, to recuperate, and get back to the team basketball that they were playing in the first half. We're just 3 minutes away from the continuation of this ball game, the second half of action. The lead scorers right now in this ball game are Burnett. That's Luke Burnett with 9 points. And then Kenny Johnson chiming in with 8 points. Hunter Vick, a familiar name and a familiar face for Bulldog fans. He's got 6 points of his own. Several other players with 3 for the Chargers. Now the Bulldogs, the lead scorer right now is Ty Parks, who is just an incredible caliber player, the senior for the Bulldogs. He's got 7 points and 5 rebounds, a little bit of everything, 2 blocks, 1 assist, 1 steal. Now Justin DeBuck has 4. Gajul has 5, 6 for Johnson, 3 for Saver. That rounds it out for your Bulldogs, who are struggling. They're looking to improve that shooting percentage here in the second half. Maybe cut down on some turnovers, get some more boards, just play a little bit more organized and clean basketball than they played in the second half of that first half. The first half of the first half, that gets a little bit complicated for the Bulldogs. The first about 10 minutes or so went very well for them, but now they're struggling here headed in to the second half. They're down by 10. They are fighting for a spot in the postseason play. If they win tonight, they would clinch that spot. We're about a minute and a half away from the continuation of action. If you missed the first game, the Lady Bulldogs won a hefty victory earlier tonight. They defeated the Chargers by a huge score. Pulling up the score for you now. The Bulldogs, a great win earlier today. They won 71-45. Now they do trail Lee University by 1 game in the standings, but good news for all you Bulldog fans out there. The Lady Bulldogs will have a game at home. They have already clinched a home court advantage for the Gulf South Conference postseason tournament, so look forward to that. And the boys trying to clinch tonight as well, so they will be in the postseason. The March Madness things that are headed our way quicker than you realize. We are already halfway through February. Let that sink in. We are halfway through February, and we are steady on the trail towards March Madness. The Bulldogs trying to clinch a spot and an opportunity to chase that Division II title, chase the Gulf South Conference tournament title, and they could clinch that here tonight. We're about 20 seconds away from the second half of action. The two teams getting ready to take the floor. The Bulldogs trying to cut down on this deficit. A 5-0 run headed into halftime for the Chargers. We'll see what Bulldogs take the floor to start out the second half. They're still in the huddle, but headed out soon, and they're going to break it down, taking a little bit of time. It's going to be Justin DeBuck, Jalen Johnson, Jeremiah Littlepage, Bo Gajul, and Ty Parks, and the students getting excited for their Bulldogs, trying to cheer them on to a comeback victory. Here's the Let's Go Bulldog chants. And 35-25, the Bulldogs start with the ball here in the second half. Taking their time right now. They're trying to be precise with it. Here's a three. Gajul off the mark. Boarded by Costal. Chargers trying to add on to this lead they've got. No opportunities in the paint right now. Bulldogs doing a good job of adjusting and guarding. Travel was almost a jump ball, but Johnson is whistled for the travel, so the Bulldogs catch a break here. They'll get the ball headed their way. Still a 10-point game. Bulldogs a minute and a half without scoring. Ty Parks, the pump fake. He's fouled, but the ball just does not roll in. So here's an opportunity to earn 2 from the line. He's been to the line twice tonight. He's just 1 for 4. Now Ty Parks does shoot about 82% from the free throw line, struggling a little bit tonight. That one is up and in. And Ty Parks from around this area, from Pocahontas, Tennessee. He actually went to Middleton High School. So a familiar face for many in the Jackson area, and he has played. And that one's up off the mark. Hits the rim. So rebounded by the Chargers, but the Bulldogs strike first here in the second half. Thought about a three. No, won't even take it. There's a three look from the Chargers. He just kind of chucked that thing up there, but somehow it went beautifully in. Harding, his second three. He's 2 for 4 today. Here's a three for Johnson for the Bulldogs. Hits the rim and out. We're about a minute and a half through the second half of things. Fans really getting into it. They're trying to cheer their Bulldogs into clinching a postseason game. That one falls in, and I missed who made the shot, unfortunately. It was a three, though, and I'll tell you in just a moment who it was. They're fighting for it, loose ball, and the Chargers pick it up. Chargers, a really good team. If you haven't paid a lot of attention this season, Chargers, that one, oh my goodness, Johnson battling through the contact. That is a tough bucket right there. You've got to give it to him. It's going to be a timeout for the Bulldogs. Suddenly they are down 17 and things are not looking good, but they'll talk it over and we'll take a quick break.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Bulldogs off to a little bit of a rough start here in the second half, and right now, Alabama-Huntsville is on an 8-0 run. Alabama-Huntsville, a very good team, second in the Gulf South Conference. In fact, they have already clinched a tournament berth. They are on their way to clinching a home court advantage for the tournament. They're 15-5, just one game behind West Alabama, so they are a tough team to beat, even at home, and the Bulldogs were doing a great job, particularly in the first half, the first few minutes of this ball game, but do not count them out. This is an explosive Bulldogs team. They've got a lot of talent, and they could easily battle back. They've got a lot of time to do it. If they can put their head down and play as a team, we could see them fight back into this one. 17.5 to go. The Bulldogs, once again, are battling for a place in the playoffs. There are some circumstances that even if they lose tonight, they would clinch a berth. We can tell you more about those later, but right now back to the action. Jeremiah Littlepage at the top of the key. They get into Ty Parks, but you can see this team is just double teaming him every chance they get. A three is up, and a beautiful shot there from Johnson. That's the way you get back in this ball game. Good shots like that, team basketball, and get stops on the other end. That's what the Bulldogs are eyeing here. There's a three. No way. Oh, my goodness. I called it off too early. It hit the front of the rim and just rolled in perfectly. I'm sorry to be disrespectful. That was a beautiful three. I called it out before I gave it a chance, so my apologies. A great pass, and Jeremiah Littlepage, the dump dunk. 15-point game right now. The Bulldogs are battling back. They've got to get a stop, though. No look there. 15 seconds on the shot clock. A three is up. Off the mark. A break for the Bulldogs as it goes out of bounds. Exceptional three-point shooting right now for the Chargers. They are 10 for 21, so 47.6%. That is just amazing shooting from outside the arc, and it's hard to fight back from that. The Bulldogs have got to do their best and hope that the Chargers go cold. Jeremiah Littlepage, the double pump, won't go. Ty Parks out of nowhere for the board. He is not going to lose this ball game if he has anything to say about it. The and one. The tough bucket after the tough rebound. I'm slamming my papers on the table. I'm excited. There is energy in this Bulldogs team, and do not count them out of any basketball game. They're down 13, but the clock is stopped right now. Ty Parks, an opportunity here at the line to add on and complete the three-point play. He's got 10 points, 6 boards, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. That one a beauty. It's up and in. So the Bulldogs have it as a 12-point game. Now they were down 10 at halftime. Hasn't gotten any better here in the second half yet, but they're on a little bit of a run here. A foul, but the bucket will not fall for Johnson as the Bulldogs on a 5-0 run, but it's going to take more than that to get back in this ball game. And it's going to be a timeout. We'll take one as well. The Bulldogs trail 46-34. Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, Ty Parks has just injected some energy here at the Fred DeLay. A tough rebound followed by a tough and one opportunity. If you're just now joining us, the Bulldogs were leading early on, struggling a little bit here, but they are not putting their head down. They are not giving up just yet. I'm Alexander Bitterling, filling in for Steve Beverly here tonight. And Steve, I believe, is out camping, so best of luck to him. But we are here at the Fred DeLay. We're excited to be here. It's been rough weather, but the fans have showed up anyway. They are here ready to play, ready to watch, and hope that the Bulldogs clinch a spot into the playoffs. They could do that with the win here tonight. They could also do that with a loss from a couple other teams that we can talk about in just a few moments. Less than 16 to play left in this ball game. The Bulldogs trail it by 12. And here on the line, it's Johnson. He was fouled just before the timeout. He's got 10 points in this ball game. 0 for 1 from the line. He makes that one. So that's actually the first free throw that has fallen for the Chargers. They're just 1 for 2. But it has not mattered. They're out-rebounding the Bulldogs by 7. That's been a huge factor in this one. 2 for 2 from the line there. From Johnson, make it 2 for 3 on the day. Bulldogs commanding, shouting out 2-2. Now, I can't tell you what that means. I don't know everything. But I'm sure it means we got to score. Because the Bulldogs do. Johnson for 3 at the top of the key. It's a thing of beauty. And that one is in. The Bulldogs trying to fight back point by point. Spinning against DeBuck. DeBuck's right there, though. Nothing happening. A travel, that's right. You cannot do that. The fans are chanting it over there with the whiteout here at Union University. The Bulldogs, another opportunity to catch up here. They were down 10 at halftime, still down 11, but there's 15 minutes to go. A lot of basketball left to be played. Bulldogs will reset it up at the logo. Jeremiah Littlepage will get it. They've only got 10. Justin DeBuck, a 3. Ring it up. Ring it up as the fans and the bench jump to their feet for this one. It's an 8-point ball game. It's the smallest lead we've seen in quite a while since before halftime. The Bulldogs fighting back right now. Jeremiah Littlepage will be whistled for the foul, but just the first team foul here in the second half. So not in foul trouble yet. The Bulldogs, if they win tonight, will clinch, but if Mississippi College or West Florida lose, the Bulldogs will also clinch. So the Bulldogs still hope to clinch tonight, regardless of the outcome here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And that one too strong. Justin DeBuck able to get it. Here come the Bulldogs the other way. He's going to have to come back out from inside the paint. A loose ball, but he's able to pick it right back up. In the corner for Johnson. Here's a three on the way. Ring it up. The Bulldogs are fighting back. They're just 2 possessions down right now. The Bulldogs are on fire. They are not going down without a fight, and they are looking to win this ball game. Into the paint. No way he was going to do anything there on Ty Parks. Had to pass it right back out. A three. That one's good. And a timeout from the Chargers. They'll talk it over after that one. A big run from the Bulldogs. Harding silences a little bit there with the three, but the Bulldogs were on a 9-0 run. It's 51-43. It's anybody's ball game here at the Fred DeLay.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Back at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, the Bulldogs are down 8 right now, taking on the Chargers from Alabama Huntsville. It has been an incredible game. Both teams going on big runs. The Bulldogs found themselves down 10 at halftime. They've cut it down here to 8 points, but they've got all the energy and all the momentum. They're looking to complete this comeback here. It would be a great comeback. In fact, it would even clinch them a position into the tournament play. $20 on the shot clock here. The Bulldogs are doing a great job of taking their time. Jeremiah Littlepage back out to Ty Parks. Less than 10 for the Bulldogs. Get it all the way into the corner for Justin DeBuck, and he stepped out of bounds. Before he's able to get up a shot, .13 to play left in the ball game. The Bulldogs steal it. Jeremiah Littlepage comes down, puts it up and in. So the Bulldogs off a turnover, making this ball game closer and closer. It's a 6-point ball game now. A stop here could make it a 1-possession ball game. Defense chants here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. They're getting loud as that one finds its way into the hoop for Johnson. Checking on some scores for you for the teams that if they lose, the Bulldogs would clinch. Right now, West Florida is trailing at halftime, 40-34. If West Florida loses, the Bulldogs will clinch a position into the postseason play. We're also looking into Mississippi College and their score. If they lose tonight, Bulldogs would also find their way into the postseason. That one up and in. So the Bulldogs getting silenced a little bit. It's back to a 10-point lead for the Chargers. Inside to Ty Parks. He's the man you want. And the floater up and in. Bulldogs still with the momentum. Still plenty of time. There's a foul and the and one opportunity for Shulman. So Shulman will go to the line. He already scored the bucket. He's looking for that 3-point play Bulldogs, every time they start to battle back, it's like Alabama Huntsville is pulling out again. They lead it 55-47. We'll take a quick break.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, it's a 10-point lead right now, but the Bulldogs here at the Fred DeLay have been fighting back. They got it within 6 just moments ago, but they are still, every time they pull out and take a lead or cut down on that deficit, not take a lead, but the Chargers are able to jump back ahead, still with that double-digit lead. Bulldogs have about 11 minutes and 37 seconds. That's exactly the time that they have left to get this comeback done. They are here at the home court, and a lot of fans braved the weather. It's been rough weather all day here in West Tennessee. If you're watching from outside of West Tennessee region, we've had tornado warnings, we've had flood warnings, floods, and now a cold snap. It has come in. It's dropping down to 40 degrees, which it was almost 70 earlier today, so a big drop in the temperature. But the fans have showed up nonetheless. And a whiteout from the students. Schulman is on the line. And he puts it up and in his first attempt from the free throw line. Bulldogs are down 11 now. Every time they've pulled closer and closer, they have lost any momentum that they've got. Justin DeBuck into Ty Parks. Ty Parks spinning, hanging, and the floater. He is hitting everything right now. Ty Parks is the hot hand for the Bulldogs. 15 points for him and 15 points for Johnson. Tipped away by Ty Parks. He picks it up. Here he comes. It's a foot race, him and Johnson. He's going for the floater again. Gets fouled for sure, they called it. Okay, I didn't think they were going to for a moment, but it was obvious from any seat in the arena. Ty Parks was fouled, and he will get his attempts from the free throw line, as he should. So here comes Ty Parks' first one. He's 2 for 3 from the charity stripe tonight. Gets another one with the clock stopped. Here comes the second one from the charity stripe. And that one a beauty as well. Ty Parks getting it done with the clock stopped. Bulldogs back to a 7-point deficit. They've got to get stops to continue this momentum. A big block there. They get the ball back though. Johnson off the mark. Bulldogs able to pick it up. And the fans are loving this right now. Ty Parks for 3, just off the mark. The Bulldogs fighting for it. Jump ball. So that's going to head the Chargers' way, but great effort from the Bulldogs. Dusan Djordjevic was right in the thick of it. He got the board but wasn't unable to wrestle the ball free, unfortunately for the Bulldogs. So it'll be the Chargers' ball. The Bulldogs will have to get another stop. A good give as he rushes to the basket, but off the mark. Bulldogs get it, and they're headed the other way. Johnson with the ball. And the whole bench over for the Chargers jumping up and down for something. I don't know what they want. Shot did not count, even though he took it. They talking about something on the scoreboard. Trying to get it figured out. Now we are watching the score for you of West Florida. If West Florida loses tonight in their game against Auburn Montgomery, they will allow the Bulldogs to clinch a position into the postseason play, or if the Bulldogs can take their destiny into their own hands tonight by winning this ball game. Either one of those outcomes, and the Bulldogs will be headed to the Gulf South Conference Tournament. Now, tonight is not the last night for the Bulldogs to go ahead and get a playoff berth, but they would love to get it done tonight. Johnson for three, deep, rims out. That one's out of bounds. Last touch by the Chargers, but Ty Parks is down. He looks like he's in pain. It's going to be helped to his feet by his teammates. He took a hard fall there. He's holding his hip. He's walking it off a little bit, talking to the referee. Looks like he's going to be good to continue. And Johnson will inbound the ball here. Fans clapping for Ty Parks. Looks like he is good to go. He has been holding the Bulldogs in this one. 17 points, 6 rebounds. Pass just off the mark. The foot was out of bounds there. Gajul stepped out of bounds, trying to fight for the loose ball. The pass from Georgievich was just off the mark, and it was difficult. Almost a steal there for the Bulldogs. That would have been huge. They're still only down 7. Defense chance from almost everybody in the building. They're going to call a foul on that one. It's going to be the first foul on Georgievich. That will send Costal to the line. Jack Costal has not shot a free throw yet tonight. He's about 71% from the charity stripe on the season, and that'll improve it a little bit. The Bulldogs have had multiple opportunities down 7 to cut this deficit. They have not been able to. That one is good as well. So it's a 9-point lead, 3 possessions. The Bulldogs will have a chance to cut down on that, but they've got to maintain all of these cuts to the deficit that they've made. They'll let the ball roll to save the shot clock. Ty Parks is triple teamed. Jump ball, it'll be the Bulldogs' ball. Ty Parks is trying to say that he had possession of it himself. And they're going to take this opportunity to check Saylor into the ball game, and Harding will go take a seat. The Bulldogs less than 15 here on the shot clock. Jeremiah Littlepage, the floater. Beauty. Back to a 7-point deficit. Now this is where the Bulldogs have not been able to surpass. 7-point deficit. Not been able to get any closer here in the second half. There's a 3. That could be bad news for the Bulldogs. Off the mark, rebounded by Johnson. Johnson had a cut to the basket but didn't take it. Tried to pass it to Ty Parks, and now the Chargers defense able to set back up. Johnson a 3, wide open at the top of the key. Off the mark. Hunter Vick, a familiar face, gets the board. his third rebound of the ball game. Every time the Bulldogs have had an opportunity with 7 down, have not been able to get any closer. At some point, you've got to surpass that, and the loose ball gets right back in the hands of the Chargers, but they've only got 5 to shoot. A rough 3 up, out of bounds, but saved and right into the hands of Johnson. Bulldogs 3-on-3. They don't use the opportunity. A 3 is up and ring it up. The Bulldogs getting closer and closer as Sarver hits the 3, his second of the ball game. It's a 5-point game, ladies and gentlemen. There's a 3. Oh, my goodness. And I don't know if he's actually hurt or if that's some type of celebration, limping after that, but Burnett hits his 6th 3 of the ball game. Back to an 8-point game. He was deep, too, near out of bounds, up by the logo. I didn't think he would get anywhere near it, and just right in, swish. Ty Parks, a good step to the basket. Blocked, though. Here comes Burnett, the lead scorer for the Chargers. Tries for the reverse layup and gets a couple bounces, but it's in. He's cooking right now, 17 points. He looks like he's in pain, though. His left leg is bothering him. The Bulldogs back down 10. Every time they get within reach, Chargers go on a run. 3 from the Bulldogs. Ring it up. A beauty. Another one from Sarver. Sarver 2 for 3 from outside the arc. There's going to be a timeout on the floor. The Bulldogs fighting back every chance they get. Down 7. We'll take a break here at BallGame Blitz.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's Warranty Forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
The Bulldogs holding on for dear life here as they take on the Chargers. They keep getting close within a couple possessions of the Chargers, and every time they do, the Chargers go on a run. But right now, the Bulldogs are looking good. It's 65-58 here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. The Bulldogs, especially Ty Parks, are very hot right now. Sarver with 2 big threes here in the last few minutes as well, which has been huge for the Bulldogs, but they've got to continue to improve to get this comeback to clinch a spot in the playoffs. Another situation, though, that could give them a berth into the postseason is if West Florida loses tonight. With 11:55 left in the second half, they are trailing by 7 to Auburn Montgomery. We will keep you updated on that game as well periodically throughout the night, but the Bulldogs are all eyes right now on this ball game. They're taking on a phenomenal team from Alabama Huntsville, right below West Alabama on the standings. Alabama Huntsville 15-5 defeated Union back in January, but we are in Jackson, Tennessee on the home court tonight, so the Bulldogs looking for a revenge victory here tonight. The Bulldogs trying to mount this comeback here. They've got to have a stop, 6.5 minutes. Defense chants all night from the Bulldogs fans. Ten to shoot. A 3 is up. That's going to be off the rim. Rebounded by Caleb DeBuck. They're going to have to slow it down. No fast breaks really for the Bulldogs tonight. Good job from West Alabama to get back quickly. The Bulldogs do trail the rebounding game by 5. Stepping out of bounds on the drive there is Gidjul. Just a killer for the comeback that the Bulldogs are trying to have right now. Coach Niven encouraging his team. It's going to be, I believe, a foul on Caleb DeBuck. It will be his foul. Will be on the floor, though. So no shots coming. 5 team fouls for the Bulldogs here in the second half. Bulldogs are trying their best to rotate on defense. No look so far. There's one from 3. Off the rim. Way off. Way off. It's a 7-point game right now off the left side of the rim. The Bulldog fans getting a little too comfortable for a 7-point deficit right now, but they are hoping that their Bulldogs can pull off this comeback. This is a team that can get the job done. They've got explosiveness, and you can see it. Ty Parks, of course, an incredible player. Multiple other players on this team that can get it done, and are looking to do that right here. Ty Parks, you can see double teamed. That's the caliber of a player that he is. A great pass over to Justin DeBuck. Going to put it on the floor. Almost out of time. The last second shot won't fall. They're going to say shot clock violation. That was like a golf clap from Alabama Huntsville's players over there. They clapped, but it was so calm that it felt like we were at a PGA tournament. They were into it, but barely. I'm not sure, not too excited. An offensive foul. The Bulldogs will get the ball back. That foul's going to be called on Harding. Harding's second personal foul of the ball game. No players in the ball game right now in foul trouble. It's been a clean game on both sides. Here's the chance for the Bulldogs to cut down on this. Trail by 7. They could make it a 2-possession ball game right here. Johnson trying to direct traffic. Trying to correct the team and make sure that they get something done here. Here's a 3 from Gajul, just off. Ty Parks and Little Page were fighting for the board but weren't able to get it. Bulldogs are getting out-rebounded, 29-25 right now. That's a shot up. No good on the bounce. Bulldogs catch a break. They're still down 7. But they've had so many opportunities down 7 to continue this comeback, and they have not done a good job of capitalizing on it. The Chargers clawing back to a 10-point lead nearly every time. Ty Parks, a hustle to the basket. A good give there to Johnson for 3. No good on the bounce. Last touch by the Chargers. The Bulldogs able to maintain possession. They've got about 3.5 minutes, though. We're going to take a timeout, 65-58. The Bulldogs are still in it, but they've got to make something happen soon.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, the Bulldogs trying to pull off this comeback. They're down 7. They have the ball, but time is ticking away. They've got to get it done quickly. They're talking it over here on the bench to see what they can do. Be interesting to see what Coach David Niven draws up for his team here. They are trying to get this comeback. They've been down 7-10 most of the second half. They were down 10 at halftime. The Bulldogs have clawed back multiple times. They were so close moments ago, but we've had 3 minutes of basketball where no one has scored. 3 scoreless minutes for the Bulldogs. 3 minutes and 20 seconds scoreless for the Chargers. So the Bulldogs have got to put an end to that here. They need to score on this possession to continue this comeback. They'll inbound the ball here. Johnson has it. I believe the ball will go into Ty Parks. He's the hot hand right now. We'll go to Gajul. Ty Parks is the one you want to get the ball to. Thought about the three. Into Jeremiah Littlepage. Stripped away from Jeremiah, and the Chargers able to pick it up. See if the Chargers can stop their 3-minute and 20-second scoreless streak here. Not sure what the sign the Chargers bench was holding up. It was like a fan over there holding up a whiteboard. I've never seen that. There were some words on the whiteboard for the players. I don't know if it was a play, what it was. That's a foul on Jeremiah Littlepage. It's going to be 2 shots for Johnson. Johnson 2 for 3 from the line tonight. He's got 14 points. It's the 3rd foul on Jeremiah Littlepage. That one up and in despite the fans trying to interact with it a little bit. And in the bonus now are the Chargers. That makes it more of an uphill climb for the Bulldogs. They're back down by 9 points. Exactly 3 minutes on the clock. If they're going to continue this comeback, they've got to do it quickly. Ty Parks driving in, hanging, gets fouled, but can't get the shot to fall. Ty Parks is 4 for 5 from the line. The Bulldogs 5 for 7 on the night as a team. Ty Parks up and in. So the Bulldogs able to get a little bit closer with time stopped right now. And the graduate student Ty Parks leading the way right now for the Bulldogs. 18 points. Just off the mark, and the Chargers get the board. A whistle, we'll see what this is about. They're talking it over at the table there. I'm not going to attempt to read lips here. I don't know what they're talking about. We'll figure out in a moment. Must be something with the shot clock or scoreboard. A lot of players pointing that direction. Not sure what it was. Bulldogs, an interesting chant right now. Not sure what the O's are for, but that's what the student sections decided to go with over there. Clearly trying to get in the head of the Chargers. 2.5 minutes left. 10 on the shot clock. Johnson try to work against Gajul. What a basket Johnson has just been cooking right now. 18 points. And the Bulldogs turn it over. That is not good for the Bulldogs. Now Alabama Huntsville up 10 with the ball. They're going to try to run all the time off the clock that they can. Be interesting to see when or if the Bulldogs go to what Steve Beverly always calls the foul fest. Out to the three on the last second, a buzzer beater. Oh no. Shulman just hit the sleeper to the student section, put his hands by his head, but hey, they are up by 13, so you can't say much about it. That really did put this almost out of reach for the Bulldogs with 1:43 to play. We'll keep it right here. It's 72-59. The Bulldogs trail. They have got to get something to happen quickly. A 5-0 run from the Chargers. Every time the Bulldogs pull within arm's length, they are shut down by this Chargers team. It's looking rough for the Bulldogs to pull out a win here tonight. They are looking to clinch that playoff spot, but good news if you're a Bulldogs fan, they do not have to win tonight to clinch that spot. If West Florida loses tonight, the Bulldogs would clinch as well. A little more than 6 minutes to go in that game, and West Florida trails Auburn Montgomery by 9. So the Bulldogs still have a chance of clinching tonight, whether they pull off a miracle comeback here or West Florida loses. We'll keep you updated, of course. The Bulldogs will have to score quickly here. Don't have a lot of time to run time off the clock. Ty Parks going to have to rush into the paint. Johnson a 3. Rims out. And they're fighting for it. Jump ball. Oh, no, a foul. A foul, and Ty Parks was shocked. It's going to be called on Ty Parks, though. So because the Chargers are in the bonus, they're going to come down the other way. Schulman will take his chances from the line. He's 1 for 1 tonight. The team is 7 for 8, so not looking good for the Bulldogs. First one up and in. The Bulldogs looked like they were jumping out early to what was going to be a great game for the Union Bulldogs. As the second one is up and in, they were up by 11 early on, about halfway through the first quarter, and then suddenly everything changed. The big run for the Chargers in that second half of the first quarter, and they haven't looked back. The Bulldogs have gotten within arm's reach. Johnson throws it up, and in a big 3 there for the Bulldogs. They're going to call timeout. I thought that pass was intended for us here at the broadcast booth. The way it was so high up in the air from Ty Parks. It's just a minute to go in this ball game. We won't take a break. We'll keep it right here. Still a 12-point ball game. The Bulldogs have a lot of work. They're going to try to pull off this upset, but that 3 there was big. The Bulldogs will have to get a stop, of course, and quickly get a shot up. It's going to be difficult, but as they say, stranger things have happened. The Bulldogs down 12 right now, trying to pull off the upset win here at home. Some fans leaving. It's like an NBA game, pouring out early before the team has finished. That has always bothered me, and I'll get on my soapbox here. If you're a true fan of a team, you do not leave early to get out of the parking lot quicker. It might save you 2 minutes, but a true fan will stick it out through thick and thin. I'm a Braves fan. I'm a Titans fan. I can tell you about bad teams, and you've got to watch them through the end of the buzzard. I don't care who you are. You stick it through. Bulldogs trying to pull it off here. Chargers get it ahead. 1 minute to go exactly. The Bulldogs are going to have to foul if they choose to go that route. Doesn't look like they're going to. They're going to try to play it clean and go for the steal. 15 on the shot clock. That's going to be a foul on Ty Parks. 43 left on the clock. Looks grim for the Bulldogs. Chances of this comeback are slim at best. Coastal will take the line. Students are sticking out till the end, though I have not seen a student leave, which is good to see that they are here to support their Bulldogs through thick and thin. That one's up and in for Coastal. Coastal 3 for 3 from the line. Another opportunity here. It's a 13-14-point ball game here. 43 to play. The Bulldogs can make it look a little bit better on the eyes, but no chance of a comeback here. It would take an Angels in the outfield-esque response from the Bulldogs as that ball is loose and the Chargers get it. Bulldogs are going to go to the foul fest, not be able to foul. There's a foul from Ty Parks. Ty Parks has given everything to his Bulldogs tonight, as well as Johnson. 18 for the two, 36 combined, over half of the Bulldogs' points. The team has not given up. You've got to give it to them. They have fought. They have got it close. Even here in the second half, the score is not indicative of the way that the Bulldogs played. That free throw off the mark, and it just sounded like the Bulldog fans won a championship. They went wild. The three is off the mark. Less than 10 to play. The Bulldogs gave it their all tonight. They really bought and fought through this one. We're so close here in the second quarter, but it was not enough and too little too late. 76-62, your final score here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. The Bulldogs unable to get a win and to clinch a playoff spot, but this end of this Auburn-Montgomery and West Florida game could be a clinch for the Bulldogs. We will keep an eye on that as we wrap up the post-game show here at Worthy Road Studios. We will take a quick break and be back with your final game stats and your player of the game here from the Fred DeLay.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee. Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee. We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, the Bulldogs were unable to complete the comeback, 76-62. They fall to a really good University of Alabama Huntsville team. They are the second in the Gulf South Conference, so respectable for the Bulldogs. You've got to keep your head up. They fought through the very end of this one. We're going to look at our final game stats here at Worthy Road Studios. The Bulldogs shot a respectable 41%, but when you're facing 50% from the Chargers, it is tough indeed to mount a comeback like this. And as far as three-point percentage, it's the exact same, 45% for the Chargers, 37% for the Bulldogs. When it comes to the free throws, the Bulldogs only able to make about 68%. It says 67 on the screen. That's my fault. I wrote it down incorrectly, 13 for 19. And the free throw percentage for the Chargers is 84%. So much better job from the Chargers from the charity stripe, and shooting all around. It's tough when the other team outshoots you and they out-rebound you. 33 rebounds for the Chargers to 28 for the Bulldogs. 14 turnovers for your Union University Bulldogs, 12 for the Chargers. Chargers able to capitalize off those 14 turnovers from the Bulldogs for 24 points. Just 18 points off of turnovers for the Bulldogs, and the Bulldogs fall by 14 here at Union University. Now for your player of the game. It's tough because there are 2 or 3 players for the Chargers that had phenomenal games tonight, but we've got to give the player of the game to Chaney Johnson. Chaney Johnson had 18 points off 7 for 12 shooting, very efficient. 4 for 5 from the charity stripe, some big ones there down the stretch when it was crunch time, when it was really time to get clutch and make sure that you make those shots. He made those shots. 5 rebounds as well, 2 assists, 2 steals, a block, and doing it all with just 1 foul. Very efficient from Johnson. Chaney Johnson is our player of the game here at Worthy Road Studios. 17 from Luke Burnett as well, 14 from Max Shulman. So 3 double-digit performances from the Chargers. Now, on the Bulldogs side of things, they fought hard. If you were going to give it to one of the Bulldogs players, you could go Johnson or Ty Parks, both of them 18 points. And look at this score box. Listen to it as I tell you. Ty Parks, 18 points. Great performance from him. 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. That's about all you can ask for any player across the country. Ty Parks giving it his absolute all tonight and every night for the Bulldogs. Johnson as well, 16 points. Those are the 2 Bulldogs in double digits. Sarver with 8, DeBuck with 7, 5 for DeJewel, and 6 for Little Page. That rounds it out for your Bulldogs. Now the Bulldogs unable to secure a win tonight to clinch a playoff berth, but keep your eyes on this Auburn-Montgomery West Florida game. We don't have time to wait it out until it ends, but right now Auburn-Montgomery leads it by 3 with 1:52 left on the clock. So it could be very well possible that your Bulldogs tonight clinch a spot in the postseason for the Gulf South Conference and are headed to March Madness in just about 2 or 3 weeks. It's a 3-point ball game. If West Florida loses, the Bulldogs will be in your Gulf South Conference playoffs. And listen, it doesn't come down to just tonight's game. The Bulldogs have other chances to get into the playoffs. Even if West Florida pulls out a win tonight, that does not mean your Bulldogs are eliminated. But tonight, the Bulldogs here at home were just outmatched by the Chargers of UAH. They put on a show. They're the second best team in the conference, and the Bulldogs showed absolute signs of life. Ty Parks getting it done. Johnson getting it done. Some amazing team basketball, especially in the first half. There in the second half as well. The Bulldogs got it within 4. They were so close of mounting this comeback, and do not let that final score deceive you. If you're just now joining us, 76-62 is not indicative of the way that the Bulldogs played tonight. They faced a tough team with a minimal crowd here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, and they fought hard. Unfortunately, they were not able to get it done. But you've got to give it to Ty Parks, to Johnson, and the rest of the Bulldogs. I'm Alexander Bitterling. Thanks for joining us tonight. It was an honor to sit in for Steve Beverly, and we will be back here Saturday. The Bulldogs could clinch then if the West Florida does not end up losing tonight. We'll be back, and we'll make sure to bring you all that action here at Worthy Road Studios. Thank you to all of our phenomenal team here at Worthy Road Studios that brought you this high-quality broadcast. We've got their names for you here on the screen. I'm Alexander Bitterling, your commentator for tonight. Now, your camera operators, are Adriana Bowling, Eric Inman, Alyssa Tatch, and, of course, our talented director, Christopher Reason, sitting here next to me, and produced by Steve Beverly, who is absent tonight, but he has his hands on all of these broadcasts here at Union University. He's got those interviews before, halfway through, and after, of course, and he makes the rundowns for our show. And Paul Scholze, producing and executive producing, the man that can do it all, the man that's always doing stuff, bringing you these great broadcasts here at Worthy Road Studios and BallGame Blitz. I'm Alexander Bitterling. That's it for us tonight. Hoping you have a safe and amazing rest of your night. Thanks for tuning in, and make sure to tune in right here at Union on Saturday.